on the mountain. You learned a few things about Vidar from Corinne, as he appeared in need of an uncharacteristic rest before you to discuss further plans. Then, as night and the city of Lycans drew near, you deliberated on your best approach. Finding information about Adivir Boltzmann's whereabouts whilst remaining hidden, or at least with as few eyes on you as possible. A plan that would present itself to be more difficult than anticipated. But before that, after a night's rest, you were first faced with another problem. Awaiting you on the outside of your moving airship, a vampire issued you a warning to leave the continent, to stop prying, or to experience the wrath of the Old Mother. Expectedly, you chose the latter, engaging in a short and intense fight that ended in the vampire's death by a blast of radiant light from the ship's mounted cannon. Shortly after that fight, you learned that another tower, another fragment of Arcanus, one you had kept a lookout for, had landed close to your destination, within reach of the city of Lycan, complicating things further. And to make matters worse, the fragment, an observatory, would likely hold wizards or whatever they had become trained in divination, making a hidden approach improbable. We ended last session as evening lay across Calestans as night approaches and you had begun to make preparations to enter the town. And that is where we begin today's session. In the midst of the dart's slow descent as rolling clouds of grey ash pass by and overhead, you catch glimpses of distant land, the soft scattered radiance of a faraway town. The sight fades quickly as the airship sinks past the steep cliffs and hills that make up the foot of the Titanic mountain, well out of sight, hidden behind the next range. The ship prepares to set down onto the ashen ground. Vidar stirs as the engines fall silent, his voice ringing out clearly from the console. As we had previously discussed, Corinne will remain aboard. She knows to look out for dangers and will take immediate flight should such a situation arise. We'll make our way to the Lycan settlement from here, on foot. We will pose as nomadic lycanthropes, and we're only passing through. The rest on our long journey. Adjust this story as you see fit, whatever it takes to wring information from them. You've navigated similar circumstances, but remain vigilant, especially since we face great unknowns.
Sounds good. I think we kind of settled down looking for one of the larger taverns as a starting point. Is that about right?
That, I believe, is the plan.
Okay.
And I suppose there's little do than to head out.
You disembark?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You disembark the Darn, headed towards the city just beyond the ridgeline, leaving the silvery airship behind as wind swirls the ashes around it. Here, at the foot of the mountain, stretching far
Holy shit. What was that?
stretching far into the darkness towards the horizon, the landscape appears as an ashen wasteland, a drab, rocky terrain of different shades of ash gray. Like islands, rough vegetation and larger formations of stone rise in this odd scenery, but to the naked eye there is little in the way of life, let alone civilization. As you continue on your way,
Mhm.
Vidar is going to cast Polymorph.
What does it change into? A human or something. It's a Vidar. Oh no.
That's not Vidar. That's this is Vidar. How are you?
Sure.
I focused last time on the fact that Evelyn's intelligence went down when she goes into her like half form, half humanoid. I overlooked the fact, not that it really would have changed anything, but it just makes me laugh. Her wisdom and charisma go up.
Oh, absolutely. You're way cuter. Foxes are way better than no.
It just makes me laugh. She goes from a -1 charisma to a +2 charisma.
That's a big jump.
Just being
She's so much
dumber
more
makes you feel
likable.
more relaxed.
Even when
and more
she's
likable.
mean, it's just kind of cute because the little foxy is.
And her wisdom is going from a +1 to a +3. It's just, everything went up except for Dex and intelligence. Those two went down.
Well, you know, what do you think about a wild animal's cuter and have a greater self-preservation instinct?
The first sign of civilization you see as your group wandering the ash rounds the ridge line behind which the dart hides. In the distance, the bloom of soft ambient light signals the presence of the Lycan city. So faint, it almost seems as if the distant ash were ready to swallow the light at any moment. As you are wandering, can you go ahead and roll me a perception check?
Just all of us.
Yes.
Is it based on smell?
No.
Okay, then I don't have disadvantage. I guess.
And dirty 20.
Also dirty to me.
We're so attentive.
The DC is 50.
Well, it's only 18 for me.
23.
Okay. So, all of you as a group notice, as you'd been walking, with still easily a mile or so of ground to cover, you notice that Vidar, first walking alongside the rest of you, has fallen slightly behind, trailing just the edge of your group.
Doesn't want to be part of our group. He doesn't want to be associated with us.
As you turn to look at him, he stops. And you see him not looking back at you, but towards the distant light of the city. Barely audible from where you stand, you hear him almost mumble. Strange, that's Not what I saw. And as the sentence trails off, you see him fall, collapsing onto the ground with a cloud of ash.
Vidar? Howard.
What?
Quickly turn back and move over to Vidar.
He lies on the ground in the ash, unmoving.
His body's still there, but
It's still there.
I'm assuming the ash is just the ash from the ground.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I at first was like he just
Yeah,
Turn to
same.
dash.
died.
He's just okay. He's just dead. Okay, here we go again.
Evelyn will attempt to do a medicine check. She'll pull out her what is it? Her grimoire.
Mm-hmm.
And try and use discern as well as she checks Vidar over.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
That's a natural 20, which makes that a, my gosh, hold on.
48.
42. 42. Right? 20, 30. 7 plus 5, I think.
Okay, well, you got hit the
Yeah,
DC.
42.
It's fine.
I just wanted to make sure I was doing it right. Listen.
Vidar appears unconscious. Usually, from Vidar, you wouldn't expect, a heartbeat, a breath. But in his current polymorphed state, you sense all of them. The polymorphed Vidar is still alive, but he seems completely unconscious.
How far have we gotten from the ship?
About halfway. You've left the ship, you've wandered around the ridge line, which was a sizable trek, about a mile or so, and there's still roughly about a mile to cover until you reach the town.
We can't lay here. Let's just drag him back to the ship a little bit. I think we are just kind of out in the wilderness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we're picking up from him at all? Like, I
No.
mean, like, unconscious, but, like, does he seem, like, stable? How, like...
He
As much
seems
as-
almost asleep, in a way.
Hmm.
His eyes are closed. He's breathing, but low and slow. Other than that, there's little you notice, other than, a lack of reaction.
Right, we'll have to take him somewhere, obviously. And it might not be best to bring him to town as he is.
Yeah. Looks kind of bad to be dragging somebody.
No. Only make space for more questions.
Did you hear what he said? He said it's like not
what he saw.
Weird. Maybe something that affects vampires. Let's get him out of here. We can't just lay
Right.
here.
Well, let's try and carry him. Ox, do you mind helping?
No problem.
Try and
Picking
head
up
back to the
the
ship.
dart, you haul him back to the ship. The dart is still just where you left him.
Make our way in and check to see where Kervin is and call out
Okay.
for her.
You enter the ship. opening its gate, stepping inside, and for the moment you are met with silence.
Evelyn will go ahead and pull out it. Corinne, are you here? As she makes her way to the stairs.
You walk inside, shouting Corinne's name, but there is no response.
I'll head down the stairs.
You head down the stairs, and as you're about halfway, you already see Corinne sort of on the ground. Wings and feathers played across the ground.
Also passed out.
Similarly,
Evelyn will try and quickly move over and do a medicine check on her as well.
much like Vidar, her state seems similar. She's breathing, there is a heartbeat, but she seems completely unresponsive.
Evelyn will yell up, assuming the others are kind of making their way into the ship further. And...
Yeah, probably. Let's get them started.
Rhett Corinne is also collapsed.
What?
What's going on here?
Dang it. I don't know. Should we try to cast an identify? It's got to be some kind of magical, right? It's her too.
I can certainly attempt to, and I guess that's what Evelyn will do next, is try and identify. You can use the grimoire to help with that. Let me double check. Yeah, so using a certain to cast identify and also reveal a creature's active spell effects, curses, and any physical ailments.
Okay. Can you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Huh? That's a natural one.
Okay.
That would make that a natural one.
Can you go ahead and roll me an Arcana check?
Mm-hmm. That is a 27.
You cast Identify, and there is the somewhat familiar readings from, I believe you've identified it before. There is a spell that you can distinctly see on him, the polymorph that he is currently under. But other than that, it doesn't appear like there are any spell effect or conditions affecting him. There's this sense of serenity that you get from, which is a strangely unusual reading, doesn't register to you as magical. Corinne, if you identify her, gives you similar results, except of course for the missing polymorph.
There's nothing that I can tell, no spell that's registering.
So strange.
Beggar, this doesn't. How closely does this resemble people who've fallen into the sleeping curse back in Polythreme?
Would you have identified some of those people? Probably, I'm assuming.
I think so. I know she was researching it, but I would assume she probably tried to.
Despite the outward symptoms being very similar, you get an entirely different feeling from your current reading.
Okay.
The curse was very present. You could sort of sense its presence and, tell that there was this somewhat magical influence affecting them.
And there's nothing like that from these two.
No.
Most we can really do is await. To try and
it's
Yeah,
weird.
there's-
It's weird. It happened as we were walking toward the city to me. And what he said. Is it right?
right.
It's weird.
He was lingering back and mentioned that it was strange that something like it was not what he saw. But Corinne was affected as well.
Yeah.
It's possible it has something to do with wizards. Maybe the tower.
Did you feel anything? I don't think I felt anything.
I certainly did
No.
not.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's a... Huh. Maybe they knew who they were, or that the wizards know who well, obviously the wizards would know these two.
Right.
Man. They don't seem to be in danger, right?
None that I can tell. There's always some element of danger in the sense of however long it might go, but there's no immediate danger that I can. They seem to be serene, almost. There's a sense of calm around them, which is very odd for Radar. Like a content kind of. But it's there's something else that I can tell. That we could try and wait and see if they wake up here shortly, or
I'm thinking also just like, do we try to move the ship a little ways up further from the city, or?
right. It's I'd be concerned about just leaving them on the ship.
Oh
alone.
yeah.
So we could certainly try and move the ship away if you feel confident in your skills of navigating the ship.
I mean, I wouldn't want to fly through a storm, but I think I could move us like a mile or two, just further away. I don't know.
It's possible it has something to do with the fallen tower.
Yeah.
If there was some sort of divination magic occurring.
Maybe. Oh. What do you think, Silas? You want to help me try to move the ship off a little bit?
Yeah, let's do that.
We can just, keep skirting the mountain and just retrace our steps a little bit, not too far.
All right.
Okay.
Keep an eye on these two and let you know if anything changes.
I think we'll try to do this. Kind of skirt back along the edge of the...
Okay. How do you fly the ship?
Silas, can you... It's nighttime, so I'm going to have a hard time seeing. Can you give me a lookout, and I'll just leave the door open, and we'll just kind of go slow?
Yeah, will do. Now go on deck to
Okay.
to see where
You
we're going.
assume manual control at the console?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just try to go super slow. And
Go ahead
Silas,
and roll
guide
me
me.
a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 21.
Okay. With Silas looking out as best as he can and going carefully and slowly, you manage to move the dart further south around the side of the mountain.
Actually, just landing on it. But let's say, I don't know, spell ranges. Let's say like more than 5 miles from the city is what I'm gonna shoot for. Like just
Okay.
5.5 miles from the city. And then touch
On
down
top
again.
of the distance you've already had, you more than double the distance to the city. Silas, as you look out, it is incredibly hard to make out anything. Even though the ship is moving slowly and you are fairly close to the edges of the mountain, seeing shades of dark gray against shades of more dark gray becomes increasingly difficult as more and more light fades. By the time you're finished, night has fallen, and you set down the dart a large distance from the city away.
I'll just power down and set it back to autopilot, but power down.
Evelyn, as you feel the thrum of the engine starting and inevitably cease, there is no difference to the two wizards you're watching over.
I'm gonna assume at some point in time one of them will, or
Yeah.
come back. But there's no change. It's possible it could have to do with the warning that we received from Sister Sikelda.
Yeah, maybe.
I believe she said something along the lines of, do we have eyes that see far into dark places, and that's why they wanted us to leave now and never return. There'll be no warning. Our presence is a danger to ourselves. It's always possible he was speaking more to Vidar, to
The bay.
something else that we can't really.
I still tend toward blaming the wizards because Corinne's affected, but could be. If they're targeting just the, Vidar and
Well,
Vidar.
It's always possible that it wasn't necessarily a warning from the old mothers in the sense of something from them, but more
Oh, yeah. I see.
in a general form of danger that they were seeing and didn't want Vidar around. So it makes more sense to be attached to the tower, but we'll be a bit. Our hands are a bit tied in either watching over them, waiting it out, or trying to investigate the tower.
Man. My bet is as we investigate more, we will find a lead on this. Or the cause of this. But what do we do as far as leaving them? We can't take them with us.
I could have Vince stand as a more active, vigilant guard, but he's not subtle, and he's not indestructible either.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to do much if the wizards that strong come after us in that sense. But maybe we could put an illusion over the ship for anything, less than an archmage would be able to detect it probably.
How about I don't know how much it costs or takes a toll on you, but what if you cast the mansion and we put them in there for now?
Like, that's good, but it doesn't help with protecting the dart, and it only lasts a day if we're, gone more than a day.
Do they seem asleep, Beggar?
Yes.
Is it... Red, do you think it's possible that you could contact them if they're sleeping through a dream?
Yes. Seems likely, though. The interesting thing about this is if it's magically induced dream, someone else might already be in there. Or they might be in a constructed dream already. Just in the sense of that's how the dream works. As far as generally, if it's just a regular person sleeping, I get to and just construct the dream. But if this is already a constructed thing, it's kind of dangerous for me going in. That's my concern. And I would point out, of course, that particular spell is relatively detectable, I guess. So I can. I don't know if we want that attention or risk.
Right. Well, we could wait out the night. And see if that improves their condition. And then approach it with new eyes in the morning if nothing has changed.
Yeah, that's an idea. How about this? Tonight, I'll try to put an illusion over the whole ship and everything to make it should last like over a week. If they haven't woken up by the morning, we're just gonna have to leave them and trust the strength of that.
Right.
Does that sound reasonable?
I think so.
Yeah.
I might as well attempt a dream, I guess.
Only if you feel comfortable doing so.
I mean, let's see how it goes first.
Right.
That's a magic thing. Okay, I'll go work on that. So Beggar, I'm gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna like hop off the ship, look around, try to get a bearing of the surroundings.
Okay.
5 miles
You've
is
likely set down the dart in this somewhat of a crag between these, protruding hill ridges and make up the majority of the mountain.
okay. I'm going to use. I will use Wish to cast Mirage Arcane. To make this crag shallower.
Hey.
Cover it up. Cover up the ship, like make the whole crag shallow, like more slipping, and leave ourselves like a secret entrance to get in that seems to be a boulder, but it's an illusion wall. And that's very small that we can slip in now. Into a cave where the dart is. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'll try to draw a side view.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Or you got it.
Yeah.
Like, here's
Is
the
that
dart.
the ship?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Here's the crag, and then there's like walls around it.
Yeah.
But I leave a secret little entrance to get into a cave with the ship in it. Does that make sense? So it's like anyone coming
understood
along.
it more before you drew that, but yeah, you managed to. Do you enclose the dart in a cave, like with a ceiling, or do you just put up like taller walls?
I put it in a cave with a ceiling.
Okay.
So it's like anyone walking along would just assume this is a shallower.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. You cast Mirage Arcane and change the terrain.
And the DC for detecting it would be 20.
Mm-hmm.
Then I head back in. Whew. Alright.
It went well then, I'm assuming?
I think so. Basically, we're essentially in a cave, and the canyon should just be shallower to anyone that comes by. They should just be able to walk up it if they need to. I don't know why anyone would investigate an empty, shallow canyon, but
Right.
should be fine.
I suppose we'll wait through the night, see if that has any change on them. And if need be, we'll set Vint up to be ready to watch over them. And leave a note.
It'll be farther to hike, but we could just hike in the morning. Maybe 5 miles is not bad.
Right, I'd prefer the ship to be further away if we're not able to.
Yeah.
Less likely to be found, at least. I would hope.
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna put the mansion up. I'll just kind of hang out, keep watch over these two. That's all right.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you guys are set on waiting. And potentially long resting.
I think so.
Yeah.
Probably
Okay.
set up shifts because because of the situation and everything.
Not
But
shifts for keeping watch, but like shifts for sitting
Right.
with these two.
keeping an eye on them, making sure there's no noticeable disturbance. Not like trying to like watch outside of the ship.
Then, if you want to watch them throughout the entire night, we will need 4 watches. I mean, that's basically all of you. What order do you keep watching them?
That one's fine. I don't care.
Let me do it while it's most dark,
Okay.
because I can have dark vision at least.
You wait and keep watch throughout the night, resting in between. And as the night passes, there is no noticeable change. As you all awaken in the morning, it is dark outside, but not as dark as it was in the night.
Guys, we're in a cave.
Well, I mean, you see the entrance. You see the light falling through, I suppose.
They seem stable overnight.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll probably do like another like quick identify, make sure there's no medical change as far as she can tell. If they're maintaining their same status.
Can you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Yeah. That's better. That would be 11.
Okay. You are about to cast Identify before you reconsider. There is no noticeable outside change. You imagine you'll get the same reading.
Okay. Infernal Wolf 6 in appearances, they look the same. There's been nothing that we've noticed changing, so I suppose the only thing we can do is head out and see if we can't locate the source. I'll draft a quick note. It might be best to leave them in the same space with Vint. In case he needs to protect them, and we'll leave the note there in case somehow they wake up. So
Fair enough.
Evelyn will quickly draft up a quick note explaining what happened to the two of them, that they passed out. We moved the ship further away. There's been no change over a period of an evening. We're heading out to see if we can't locate the source of the cause. If they wake up, try and contact us with sending.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I would like to approach Hux, lean over and whisper, "What if you slapped him in the face really hard? Maybe he will wake up. We haven't tried that yet."
Yeah, maybe.
Should totally try.
Yeah, Silas, very smart, yeah. I guess, Hux slaps Vitar in the face.
Okay. How hard do you slap it on?
I mean, I'm not using my full strength. Like, but kind of hard
That
enough.
would break bones.
Yeah.
Go ahead
of.
and roll me an attack roll with advantage.
That's just a strength check, right? For unarmed?
It would essentially be an unarmed strike.
Uh, 25.
Okay. What would be your unarmed damage current?
Is that just my strength modifier?
Unless you have something that gives you a roll of the dice?
Nope.
Okay.
Just 8.
Okay. You slammed Vidar, dealing about 4 damage. It's quite the loud slam. As you see his head sort of roll to the side and back. Without any further.
Ah, it didn't work.
Imagine if that had worked.
Maybe if we give him something to smell that is really bad or really good.
I don't think that's gonna do anything.
Do you think he would wake up from the smell of blood? Because he's a vampire.
I think Vidar pretty heavily implied he feeds on magical sources.
Also, she isn't a vampire, and she also fell asleep, so I don't know if
Yeah.
blood would work.
Maybe magic.
No.
Magic is a big word. I don't know what kind of magic you mean. Probably magic can
You know
somehow
what?
fix this, but
I'm gonna take out my wand, walk over to Vidar, and shoot him with it.
What does
It is
the
a wand of wondrous sounds, so it makes a. Let me roll. That was me. I had this somewhere. I don't know where my item card is. You know, I think one's a whistle, so like there's just a loud whistle, and then nothing happens.
You hear this loud trill of a whistle. There's just no reaction to it.
I will
Right.
use Druidcraft to conjure the smell of, like, really dirty mud, like swampy mud, right underneath his nostrils.
Okay. The smell that sort of emanates, you all kind of smell like faint note of this swampy bog smell. It's uncomfortable, but there is no reaction from Vidar.
you know, Hux,
Practically, I
he doesn't need to
imagine
breathe. He
that's-
probably doesn't even smell it right now.
You do
Oh.
see him sort of breathe it in
Oh,
his current form.
Mm,
He does appear to
polymorph
be
still
breathing.
be up?
Polymorph is so.
oh yeah, polymorph. Yeah, then he's probably actually breathing.
Polymorph is still up.
Got magic armor, magic something.
I could ask the trees.
What trees?
Was it polymorph or true polymorph he cast on himself?
I'm actually not sure.
We could try and do something like dispel magic to remove the polymorph.
It's fine. That's not gonna help. Like, look, anything that should help Corinne should help him, and vice versa. And she's not polymorphed. That's not the problem.
Well, all the same, I'm saying any as far as any magic, dispel magic. But I'm not detecting anything with identify. But answering your earlier question, Hux, as far as magic, you've got dispel magic, greater restoration. Those sort of things can sometimes assist, but there's nothing I'm detecting when I identified that there was anything to remove.
No, I meant we can conjure powerful magic so that he wakes up from the smell because he eats magic.
No,
My wand's pretty
realistically,
powerful,
then
and I
that's,
just like stuck it in his, you know.
right. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem to
all the
work.
same, that would be essentially the same as something that Corinne thought was tasty, waking her up. But I don't think that that's going to do anything in this scenario.
Well, I could conjure trees, and then I could ask the trees what they think.
How much gold do you think
you'd
he's
like
got
to.
with him?
How much gold?
Yes. Maybe we need the funds.
I think it'll be less likely to have that be of assistance currently.
I don't. Okay. If we end up needing the funds, we can come back and look. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be in his pockets right now.
Oh, well.
Do you also want to go through Corinne's pockets? Like, I mean...
Well, why would she have money? We just made her alive again. She probably hasn't earned that much money since then.
Yeah, good point. Why are we talking about this? Look, can we just take them over by van?
Beggar, when I identified Vidar, was it true polymorph or normal polymorph?
You would have seen that it is true polymorph.
True polymorph. My brain's not thinking through this as quickly. Is there any potential negative reason to, like, that would leave Vidar at risk to leave him as he is versus removing the polymorph so that he'd be back to being a vampire?
You know that potentially the true polymorph could settle into its more permanent state. But you're not sure if Vidar has a way to simply polymorph back or if he's already taking precautions.
For the sake of it, then, I think I'm going to go ahead and cast Dispel Magic to try and remove the true polymorph. Okay. I don't think it's, to be clear, I'm not thinking that's going to help him waking up, but more for his general
you cast Dispel Magic targeting the true polymorph. And without much resistance of the caster, it falls. And regular Vidar now lies on the floor.
Well, now he would have gold in his pockets. Probably.
I have to ask, do you rummage around in Vidar's pocket?
Silas won't.
Evelyn does not.
Silas just... He has this kind of
Silas is just trolling.
Smile. No, I mean, he has this smile on his face, but at the same time, there's like a tiny hint of worry there too. He's like a little bit, he seems like he's trying to be funny about this, but he's definitely some kind of worried here.
Right, well, for now, let's move them to Vint. She'll pull out the letter. I'll send you something in case you need it. Figure of what she'll have written, but it's essentially just, here was the scenario. We went to go see if we can't find the cause. Contact us if you wake up. And then she's going to tell Vint to guard them and not let any harm come to them. To the best of his ability, until she returns.
I think Silas put the idea in Hux's head, so his impulses will give in, and he will at least like feel around in one of the pockets. Where no one's looking.
Go to roll me an investigation roll.
Well, great at that. Natural one. He's too scared of Evelyn seeing it.
Yeah, as you sort of, start carrying them under deck and towards Vint, there's this moment where you just kind of like, you test the pockets to see if there's anything in them in the first place, but At least as you check Vidar's left pocket, there's nothing that you feel.
I will cast Speak with Animals and talk to Suxley. And try to explain to Suxley that we need more protection here, and I want him to protect these two, but also be very clear about not sucking the blood while we're away. And I would leave Suxley behind as an additional protection.
Okay. You get a general sense of understanding from Suxley, this sort of guarded state of protecting members of a pack that animals sometimes feel. Enough for you to believe, then, at least for now, Suxley appears to be following your instructions.
We are currently in a cave, right?
Well, in the ship, in the cave.
Yes.
I will ask if I should make an illusion to block off the entrance to the cave.
I
It
think that
currently
is an illusion.
Ah, okay.
The whole thing's an illusion. The cave
Yeah.
is an illusion.
Oh,
Walk-
right.
We can effectively walk through the wall of it.
Because we know it's an illusion.
Because, yeah. I think that's where we're.
But you also created a way that we can
Exactly.
specifically an illusion for moving through.
Yes.
Gotta really need them to update Mirage again. They just need to be clearer about the wording.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it says that all other elements of the illusion remain, so we wouldn't be able to walk through it.
I think I can leave an illusory wall if I intended that in the beginning,
Yeah. Yeah.
which I did.
the boulder.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so. Or I can say that there's just a boulder we can move. I don't, whichever you prefer. The intent being there's a way to get in and out of this cave.
I could also protect the area. Wait, what does this mean? This is such a long description. It's fine.
Do we go? We go?
Right. Well,
Right.
let's make quick work of heading out and get on the way.
Yeah.
Okay. You return to your path towards the city.
Yeah, I guess so.
Then once
So we have
again,
to go to the city to get to the wizard tower, right? Because they're
you
already-
were told by Vidar that it is within reach of the city, as in
Mhm.
close by, someone next to it, I suppose.
But we kind of wanted to find out more about Boltzmann first.
Right.
Uh,
No, that's fine. We're fine.
yeah. Let's see what happens as we walk into the city and make our
Okay.
plan as we go.
You start making your way to the city. Again, you disembark the dart, this time without Vidar, leaving the two of them in the protection of Suxley and Vint, and heading out on your own. Crossing a much longer distance than the day before, you reach the same ridge line. and start that final trek towards the city. Can everyone make me a wisdom save? Yeah.
I have to stand up again first. Alright. Wisdom save.
It's under monkey life.
My screen glitched tonight.
I have a natural
It's okay.
20.
I have a natural
21.
20.
Amazing.
I haven't. No, I don't.
I am Spartacus.
I have a 16, which is at least decent.
Nice.
I got a 40.
Still decent.
As you near the bloom of warm light and the now more visible shadows of structures within, Evelyn and Red, for a long moment, it appears as though a shade of rose-colored light bleeds through the blue. This moment lasts for several minutes as you continue your march towards the city's edge. But as blurred shadows form the hard edges of buildings, of roofs and walls, this colorful glow has faded once more. Before you, out of damp gray, now rise tall structures of equally gray stone and wood. Smaller structures at first, lining the city's edge, before gradually rising taller and climbing up the mountain rise. You stand at the edge of the city.
Did it seem like the light was coming from the city or just a general hue?
It seemed to be part of this sort of emanating bloom of light that surrounds the city. With the amount of sort of dust and ash in the air, whenever there is a light, as the light emanating from buildings and fires and torches, it does sort of
Yeah, okay, I understand now.
project this bloom across the sky. At least immediately above these.
I guess we start making our way into the city.
Okay. Even from the edge of the city, you do see people moving around. Although it seems like there are not a lot of people about, most of the figures that you see have their hoods drawn over their heads and drawn close around their faces as they move through the ashen-covered street. Is there anything
would probably
particular you
make sure
look
to
for?
Yeah, I think we'll try to emulate that.
Right. Pull the cloak and close, kind of
Mhm.
trying to hide features. Not necessarily like in a sketchy way, but kind of just repeating the same way. I think we were trying to find a tavern.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's. I guess if we stay with that same thought process.
Mhm.
Of looking for like a tavern or some sort of. Inn or something.
You start looking around for any place that seems sort of more frequented by the foot traffic that you see around. As you start venturing into the streets, there isn't all that much notice that people seem to take from you. There are a few people that, as you pass by, sort of follow you, eyes under their hood, but for the moment, at least, seems you're blending in relatively well. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
What the? Natural
Wow.
20s.
And then everyone can also give me another wisdom save.
So that's
Perception
22%.
check, I don't think matters. The wisdom save is a 19.
My wisdom save is a 2.
My wisdom save is a
Wait,
dirty
is this
20.
is this a save against magic?
No.
Because I have advantage on this.
I got a 12, but also if it's a charm effect, I am immune to being charmed. Just in case.
$19.
Silas.
Yeah.
As you talked about it before, and as you do recall that Vidar had told you that the Wizard's Tower and the Fallen Observatory within sight of the city, as you peer out looking for a tavern across the city, as your eyes wander the ashen plains beyond the city's border, only darkness appears to lie in the, and you catch no glimpse of any or structure.
Weird. I lean over to Ablin. Didn't Vidar say something like it's close by? The tower?
I'm be near the edges somewhere.
There's nothing out there. Just nothing.
Structure that you see quite a few people move in and out of. The foot traffic, as sort of sparse as it is, seems relatively concentrated around this building. And as you step closer and closer, upon its sign, you read a name. The building itself appears to be called the Sunken Wall.
The sunken.
The Sunken Wall. It is this central building right here.
Sunken Wolf.
To be honest, the names they come up with, they suck too.
Alright, I'll head in, see what I can find. Hope we're not barking up the wrong tree. I mean, crap. The dog punts are gonna be bad.
Okay, you wander through the rest of the street. Most of the ground here appears veiled, covered in this thick layer of ash. Again, you see a few people sort of standing nearby, most of which appear to be some sort of town guard, all of which are armed and armored, looking out as you wander past. The few that do not appear like guards or appear to be looking out for anyone else are venturing quickly in and out of buildings or quickly moving between them.
I suppose we will move with a sense of purpose, like we should be here, and just head in very directly.
Okay.
Blend in.
Immediately as you step, you start to realize why perhaps it may be called the Sunken Wolf. Already as you enter, there is this slight incline, a number of stairs that appear to lead further and further down, expanding the structure further than what you saw outside underneath the building's street level. Immediately past the entrance, you see a fairly large lichen in a half bear form standing guard, massive hammer at their side, and armored.
Head in, unless he says something
Yeah.
to us. I don't know. Probably the bouncer.
Okay. You move in
Respectfully
and just
nod.
past him.
If he doesn't do anything yet, just the intent is to move in.
Just as you sort of move past him, you hear this sort of grunted, "Welcome," from the side. But other than that, there is no further reaction.
Then would kind of nod, like slightly, but not bother speaking back. Kind of like a nod of understanding.
Keeping eye
Can move
contact.
you.
Keeping eye contact, giving a slow nod. Turning my head as I walk past. Keeping eye contact. Until it's not longer
What
possible.
does Huxley look like right now? Just wondering if Huxley like sees a big.
Kind of like himself,
bulldog.
but more hairy and like more wild looking or disheveled looking.
So not that.
Yeah.
Stepping further into the tavern, you see some odd decorations which you would not have necessarily expected in a place. In fact, compared to the outside, everything in here is a lot more colorful, missing the sort of drab of the ash that lies on literally everything outside. You see colorful, gigantic shells, a ridiculously oversized ship's wheel as you enter the main room of as steps creak under your footsteps. There is a sort of quick look of acknowledgement from a few of the patrons near the bar, but neither of them say anything or give you further acknowledgement other than a quick glance. Behind the bar, you see another way of moving a little closer.
We would probably, assuming that's where Rhett is heading with a glance, just seeing which way.
Welcome
he
in.
was normally being.
Need a table? Find anywhere that's free.
Perfect, thank you.
You need anything? Get it at the bar.
Table is free, looks like. That one down there, maybe? Maybe it's one,
I don't know, somebody left a map on that one.
Yeah, I think we head toward the one that looks more empty. A little further down where there's more people.
Okay. You wander through, and as you do, as sort of flakes of ash of your hoods and coat, there are a few eyes that follow you through the town. There are some conversations die down a little as you pass by, but that quickly start back up as you. There are curious glances as you'd expect in any tavern walking through, but so far at least, you notice none that seem overly suspicious of your.
I think probably we might seem more suspicious of them. At least Rhett is like, dang, this looks like some bad dudes. Or maybe impressed. I don't know about suspicious, but
Interesting. Like definitely like casting glances around as they.
oh, especially the dude with the long gun. Look at that guy. Oh, jelly.
I mean, I don't know. Did you see this bear helmet over here?
It's pretty sick too. How does that even work?
Right?
I don't know if I want to know.
Huck's just looking around, wide eyes, smiling.
From port to port, we're the lost and the roaming, driven by tides that are cruel and unkind. For each of us carries a fate most foreboding, a piece of our past left in dark seas behind. Together we sail, all bound by our grieving, for curses and ghosts we refuse to abide. With every wave that crashes and leaves us seething, we claim back the hope they stole in the tide. Yet I'm still traveling the sea of sorrows to find the things that were taken from me. So raise your glass, everyone who follows, and drink to this bastard called death.
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Beggar, like, Polythreme has probably a different printed coin than over here. So if we're using, like, gold from Polythreme, while it might have the same value as gold, it's gonna obviously look like Polythreme. Would that make
Polythreme has its own mint.
Or, like,
at any point in time, you probably carry sort of several mints around in your pockets. There are also coins from different cities and towns, all sort of circulating within Polythreme.
Right.
A lot of
But
anti-dark crowd.
on
they
a
are
different
definitely-
continent.
Yeah, that's definitely almost all Cowron coins that you have. You probably have a few minted coins from the vampires, where you did some trading.
That's true. Okay.
I'm just going to respond to Evelyn, though. Unfortunately, a bunch of crap just fell out of the sky. So maybe we happen to find things.
Fair enough. Evelyn's gonna try and sit slumped and as least like noble like etiquette as possible, and then it's really a struggle of like trying to slouch her shoulders, but like it's still coming across as like probably far too prim.
Maybe we should focus on our training the other direction next time, Evelyn, huh?
Does anybody want to come help, order or help me?
I did Huck, sir.
Yeah, Hux. You want to come, Hux?
At least a couple extra hands to grab drinks.
I think Huxley's like his appearance is shifting, like almost flickering to mimic the coolest person he sees, and then he walks by the next person, and it flickers like to them, like every time, like a mirror to everyone he's looking at.
Oh dear.
It's fine. They're all shapeshifters. It's fine.
Yeah.
Alright, how do I approach this bar without bumping anyone? Very politely. Also, are these normal sized people or are we just small? I'd be bigger.
You guys are weirdly small. Some of the bearish people are probably larger than you, but, you know, kind of to be expected. As you move towards the counter, the large werebear behind it is already sort of moving in your direction.
Do I see coin being used by people around the bar? So it like gold is the normal standard.
Yeah, you see golden coins sort of exchanging hands every now and then.
Okay. I'm just not going to worry about it or draw attention to it unless asked. And use regular.
Right. Found your place?
Yeah, thanks. What's some good? What's a special today? I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't look like you're from around here.
No, I just drifted in this morning.
Ah. Well then, how about first rounds on the bar?
Oh, appreciate it.
And get you ale or anything like that. Hard liquor is gonna be a little bit more expensive, so that you'd have to pay up for.
Oh, ale's fine. It's early.
We have fish, meat, cold cuts, warm cuts. We got bread, freshly made, right around the corner.
Oh yeah, let's take some cold cuts and some bread. Sounds good if it's fresh. Right.
You see the werebear sort of vanish around the counter, around the corner, where you hear this odd growling for a moment. And only after a few moments, you see him return with a large platter filled with various cold cuts of meat and a few slices of bread. He fills a few tankards of ale and places those on the counter as well. For the meat, that'll be a gold coin.
Yeah. Just slide it over.
You slide over a gold coin, and as the weaver sort of reaches out and grabs it, there's this moment where he sort of looks at it curiously, but then he pockets it without saying anything else.
Does he have 3 eyeballs, by the way?
He does.
Okay, alrighty, good. I don't think Rhett is looking at the coin at all. He's just like Rhett is trying to decide which of his 3 eyes to look into. Like, thanks. And I'm gonna add.
Hux now looks like a slightly smaller version of the barkeeper.
Incredible.
Well, I guess much smaller version of the barkeeper, but otherwise really similar.
Evelyn, before Red and Huxley make it back, can you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Yeah.
The DC is 20.
Ugh, they're so hard. I have to roll a 19 to get that. I rolled a 3. That is a 4.
Okay.
Unless it's against magic, then I have an advantage.
So, as we're coming back, I don't.
It is technically against man.
Okay, then.
At least it includes like a
Still
magical
failed.
effect.
Yeah.
As we're coming back, I don't know if people are still taking notice of us, or if you want to point out anyone that. Rhett is like intentionally also. Huxley's looking around a lot, so Rhett will also kind of look around and.
Yeah, every time you sort of pass, there are some glances, but most of the curious looks seem to be on Huxley, not you.
Okay. Well, I will be like friendly as far as like if someone specifically looks at like, well, I can only see these two, some of the faces.
Every time you sort of make eye contact, do you like nod or give any
I'll
sort
like
of...
nod or wink or something.
You receive sort of mumbled greetings and nods in return. Some of them even as you sort of, passingly greet them and raise their tankards.
Sounds good. Anyone in particular seem friendlier than anyone else? Don't want to, accidentally strike up a conversation with someone that's just pissed off at the world. If that makes sense.
I would say the sort of friendliest greeting you likely get from people sitting at these two tables.
Okay, sounds good. I don't make
To begin with, they're sort of sitting in at least these ones more openly towards the center of the bar, where a few of the others are sort of set in a direction away from the general flow of foot traffic. Those two tables seem to be the most open.
But saying that this table is the most open is concerning. That's the expression on her face.
And there's a smile on her face. I don't know, she's smiling.
She's been smiling at me the whole time.
Yeah.
I'd buy it over here. This table concerns me.
I feel like it's being a bit...
I'm being very judgy.
I'm kidding.
I'm just staring at Ablin the whole time, trying to not look at anyone if necessary. Only if necessary.
Evelyn's doing her best to not look disgruntled and vaguely disgusted, but it's failing. Like, there is a slight curl to her lip inevitably that she cannot remove from her face.
You could have been a bear!
Outside. Says Huxley, sitting next to the bear.
Who's currently looking somewhat like a bear.
Yeah.
He's trying to whisper, but he's far too excited.
Right. Anything... palatable?
Yeah, cold cuts, fresh bread.
Take it.
Man, it's been a while since we've been in a situation like this.
Brett would probably notice like an initial movement of like Evelyn's hands just automatically looking for like utensils and then being like right, and then moving to just try and take like bread.
Yeah, there is thinly sliced what looks like some sort of ham. There are sausages. There's stuff that you could grab with your hand, even though still seems slightly unhygienic in your eyes.
How does it taste?
Do you try it?
Yes. I want to find something to criticize.
You take a few bites of some of the cold cuts, maybe some of the bread, and the bread is fairly similar to what you'd be used to in Antokag or Kauron. There's nothing really special about its taste. It's almost bland by comparison. The meats, however, have quite a bit of flavor. There's this sort of gaminess to them that doesn't taste as strongly as you would usually taste when you eat game. It's this almost sort of soft aroma to the meat that tastes and smells almost slightly sweet.
God damn it, I hate it as I eat another slice.
I have more stuff if you want.
Not for long. Hux is just devouring it.
Hux has found his people.
have to, at some point, find a place to stay, hold up for the night if we're staying in town.
Yeah, I don't know if this place has that or not.
But at least
Might
you
want to
find some place for us to eat.
find out a little bit more about what's going on around here first. Yeah, that's an idea actually. Did you all want to kind of chat people up? I don't see what else there is to do. I can raise the mood a little, perhaps, before we attempt that.
With music or something?
Yeah,
By all means.
right. I'll ask the bartender.
Back already?
Yeah, I was wondering.
More meat, more ale?
Oh, no, not for now. In a bit. Is it all right if I sometimes like to sing a little bit and whatnot? It'll be all right if I do a little
Well,
singing
of
or
course.
strumming or whatnot. All right.
Liven up the drab atmosphere. He
Yeah.
stares at one of the people at the counter stools who's just sort of slumped over, head on the table.
I think I'm gonna head down by the fire to do that.
What time of day is it, by the way?
I have no idea.
At this point, it is likely around noon time,
Mm-hmm.
given that you've had quite a bit of ground to cover on your way here.
So I go down here and start tuning up my lute and do a little singing.
Okay.
I think I'm just singing like "Bad Moon Rising" by Creedence Clearwater or something. I see a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. You know, something theme appropriate.
Mm-hmm. As you start, singing, and do you play an instrument as well?
Yeah, I'll play my lute. Or
There are a few more heads that turn and sort of quietly listen.
and I'll
As
kinda
you
just, like, walk
finish
around this
a
area.
song, or if you play multiple, each time there is this knocking and slight applause whenever you finish. But in general, the mood seems lively among the patrons.
I think so. I'm gonna like slowly tour and be like, I take requests, send requests. How are you today? Starting to engage people.
There are probably
I'm going about it in like, how traveling minstrels are like, a request for money type of thing, but I'm not asking directly.
there are probably one or two requests that you hear that you have never heard before,
Good.
and that you have no idea what they are.
Flawless.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Yeah, I will improvise one of those and then be like, I don't know if I recall that one. And try to get them to help me out. Performance 31. I will improvise one for the drunkest person and then be like, I don't seem to remember that one for the person who's still with it.
You get this sort of grumbled lull of, all right, this is good anyways. And as you sort of tour around, taking requests here and there, you do get a couple of tips. In total, you make about 14 gold coins.
Hey, there you go.
Flawless. I have 14 gold in the local currency.
Do you wish to know what is minted upon these coins?
Sure.
These are the cutest coins you've ever gotten in the
Oh my
weirdest
God.
place that you've ever gotten them. They are minted with a paw print
Oh my
No way.
on both sides.
Amazing. Does anyone come out to join me?
In
Do a
singing?
little,
Or from
not
our
in
group.
No, like from our group.
Oh,
As
I
far
see.
as like, I suggested chatting up people.
Yeah.
As the mood got warmer. It's up to them, but I suggested that.
Evelyn's trying to convince herself to like go talk to people, but she's still like trying to not look disgusted. She's relaxed a little with listening to music, and she's used to that. And so there's like a sense of familiarity, but she's trying to not look just utterly like disturbed by how in her head unsanitary everything is. So
I think Rez like specifically nods at Huxley as far as whoever Huxley was staring at the moment, just like, yeah, go on, go over,
Yeah,
go ahead.
if Hux is given permission, he will like go over and like, is that your real head?
Amazing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
ask like a
Ah.
bunch of really excited but kind of inappropriate questions.
No, it's a helmet. But it's not too unlike what I can turn into. So, kind
You
of,
can turn
I guess.
into a bear.
Oh, yeah. I'm a werebear.
Do you wear the helmet when you're a bear?
Well, no. You see, my fur is so thick, it's almost like armor. So, don't really need it.
You like fighting?
Oh, yeah. That's the main purpose
Me too.
of armor and weapons.
Well, I don't really need armor because I never get hit. And if I get hit, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
You must have been lucky on your journey. Never encountered an ashworm before?
I don't think so. We've fought purple worms. Like 20 of them.
Purple worm?
Yeah.
Hmm.
They're like
Can't say I've
this
seen one
big.
of those before. You just hold out your hands as far as you can.
Yeah.
Oh, ashworm grows about the size of a house, I think. Would be tough not to, get hurt. But you seem sort of banging against his chest. Armor.
Right. Cool cloth.
Oh, thanks. Had him forged custom.
Where?
The conversation continues like that for a while. Is there anything specific that you pry for, Huxley? Or do you just...
No, just where did he get, like, what blacksmith did these claws so I can also get these claws and stuff like that, but nothing specific.
He refers you to a blacksmith further into town.
I guess he just asks about, like, the city, if everyone can transform into cool animals.
Okay.
Yeah.
You generally learn that pretty much everyone in town is a lichen. and as such a shapeshifter in that sense. There are few people that would probably be found in town that aren't shapeshifters, but those are usually travelers, people that only pass through, and most likely not any vampires. You get this general sense that vampires aren't exactly welcome here.
Yeah, because they're like wizards.
You get a general sense of acknowledgement and disdain to that statement.
Do you have
Wizards do not
wizard?
appear to be popular here.
Do you have wizard gas that makes all of them go asleep so they can't come in the city?
That's the best way to ask that question.
Huh? Gas? No, wouldn't stay around on the ash winds.
Oh,
If we had, then sure we'd have much fewer problems with the vampires.
any other reason people would fall asleep while coming here?
Well, being tired?
Oh, maybe he was just tired.
Say, you're not from around here, are you?
No.
Oh, nothing against that. Lots of people come here traveling through. Few of the lichens are still nomadic. Most pass through here and actually just settle. Maybe you'll come to live here too.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Well, either that or, they go to live under the reign of the vampires in the capital. Couldn't imagine.
Wait, I thought there weren't any vampires here.
Well, not here. Isn't it not the capital? The vampire capital, near the coast.
Why would they go there?
Beats me.
Incredible.
It's just more bashing of vampires comments.
Good.
Sure, that appears a very popular subject at the table.
Abelin, want me to keep you company, or like to get this over with, kind of?
Are you able to maybe see if you could ask around a bit? See if you can find out anything about any wizards or anything like that?
Sure, try to not get yourself into trouble, will ya?
I'll probably just sit here. There's less likely chance of catching something.
Alright then, guess I gotta do this.
Red, as you sort of, come towards the end of one of your routines, can you give me a wisdom save?
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna say I will. Yeah, I got him.
Okay, sure.
Well,
Had so much to
y-
drink.
you know, if Silas is coming to talk to people too. Oh, perfect. I was gonna talk to them. Rhett was intimidated by that table, so he was gonna talk to these people in between a song. So you can do Silas first, though.
DC for the save was 20?
It was 12.
Oh, okay. Alright. So, I'm assuming Red probably sits down first, being closer and already.
We can say that Silas, I think, was doing this during some
Sure.
of the songs, right?
So, Silas. As you wander over to the table, there is this sort of acknowledgement of your presence, a few nods, and in fact, this one who sits sort of almost in the middle of that seat slides towards the back.
Mm-hmm. They really seem to love seafood, don't they? This is like a
You
Hummer
see a platter with
graveyard.
Plenty of seafood. It's not quite lobster sized. It's more like langoustines kind of a deal, but there are plenty of them. Go on, have a seat.
Yeah, I just nod. Take a seat.
You look like a traveler. I'm sure you've got stories to tell.
Plenty of them.
All right. We share food and drink. Maybe you share a tale or two.
You should ask her for a hand.
What?
She's got a spare one.
Couldn't help but notice your beautiful smile. No. What kind of
Any
what kind of
adventures on there?
what kind of tale are you looking for?
Anything fits the bill.
I'm just gonna tell about the story how we were in a race riding a rock.
I've never heard of a bird that large before. We got wyverns up in the mountain, and they are a blast to hunt, especially if one takes off with you on its back. But riding something like that in a race sounds interesting.
It was interesting, but
Where'd you
no,
find birds so large?
very far to the northeast of here.
Huh. Never ventured that far from the city. Could be interesting.
But you're talking about wyverns, and I think that's still on my list to do, actually. You know what? I really enjoy like rodeoing all kinds of creatures. And
Well, you
wyverns are
sticking
still
around
on
for a
my list.
while, or
Oh, maybe.
wyverns come and go, you see, but if you stay a couple of days, might be one spotted.
Good to know.
Usually you'll hear it in places like these first. Usually a ragtag team of lichens will get together and head out for a hunt. If you're around, I'll let you know.
Deep within Soleil is like, why does this sound like so much fun? I want to hate these people so much. That sounds like fun. Is there anything else that's worth riding around here?
Riding? Well, could always go out into the wastes, find an ash worm, but say there's not much riding you gotta do when, you know.
I heard these ashworms are pretty big.
Oh yeah, quite sizable.
Cause
Meat's a little off though, so not quite worth the hunt.
yeah, I mean, I've been riding like a building-sized worm before, and was like not as fun as I thought it would be. So, I guess I'll
Oh,
stick
so
to
you've
the
ridden
wyvern.
an ashworm.
What?
So you've ridden an ashworm?
No, a different worm. Don't think it was an ash worm.
Huh.
It was more purple.
How many more worms
kind
are
of-
out there?
Guess there are all kind of worms, like there are all kinds of lichens.
Aye, that's true.
Anything else interesting around here? interesting places around
Lots of
the
things,
city?
but to be honest, lately it's been kind of drab.
Why?
Not too much going on. Well, once we stop with the skirmishes with the vampires, and I guess there's contentedness to isolation. We keep doing our business, and they keep doing theirs.
Yeah, that does sound... I mean, wyverns definitely sound more interesting then. So there's not like any kind of dungeon around here or any cool place to visit where there are huge monsters except for the ash worms, and just like a place where you could... that
Dungeon?
screams adventure.
Well, there's a prison, but that does not scream adventure.
No, a prison sounds
You're looking for
like the opposite of an
dungeons
adventure.
and dark places to delve into. There's always the vampire crypts. They're scattered all across the land. Surely you've seen plenty of those.
Oh, I've been in one of those, and I... was kind of exciting, but I also hated it at the same time.
That's adventure, man. It's got its downsides. Mainly, the vampires.
Yeah, that's a pretty big downside. I hate these fuckers.
I think most of us do.
Okay, so nothing else. No other, like some kind of old city ruins or wizard's towers or something from the tales of old.
No, not that I've seen. Tales of old. Well, I suppose our tales of old are what you're telling us right now.
Yeah, and except for being a little bit boring, like you said, seems like a good place to be.
I wander off a lot, but recently I think staying here is a good idea.
Any other strangers coming around lately?
Here and there. Anyone specific? Other lichen tribes? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, have vampires been visiting, or... because that sounds stupid of them to do.
They know better than to come by.
Yeah, or like shrewd wizard type of people, or just someone that caught your eye somehow. Or your interest, rather.
Wizard types? There was one. Friendly fella, that one.
Uh-huh. How so?
Well, seemed nice enough fellow. Think he gave out a couple of free rounds at the bar. Left quite a long time ago, though. Something about heading back to Cauron.
Caught a name?
I don't quite remember. You could ask the barkeep.
Sure will do. Might even ask one of my friends who, keeps the coins in his pocket to maybe also give a round. I want to stay in your memory on good terms too.
Well, you'll be popular around here.
Alright. I guess see you later then. Maybe. On the back of a wyvern, who knows?
And if you have any more stories to share, surely you'll find an open space at many a table.
Next time I'm gonna tell you how I barely escaped the blight after I
Oh,
had to
I'm
traverse it
looking forward to hearing that.
for multiple days. And I will knock on the table and stand up and nod to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, move.
Can you roll me a quick perception?
Yes. It's pretty decent. That is a 32.
You catch it just as a whisper as you leave. The person then had not spoken the whole time you were there, sort of in the corner, whispering to the one next to him. Blight? Oh, no idea what he's talking about, but there's a tale.
Lucky people. And I will move towards red because I need money for a round for everyone.
So, red.
Yes. Yeah, so I'll get done playing and drop down. Is this before or after it is? Silas.
I don't know.
I'm
how
assuming
it's
you'd talk to them same time as Silas sits down at the other
Sounds
table?
good. Sounds good, yeah. That seems a pretty friendly place. Just gonna send that to them.
Well, it's familial. Most
Yeah, I
people
like it.
know each other around here.
Oh, nice. I'm Rhett.
Red.
Yeah.
Unusual name. Not from around here?
Oh no, our band just kind of wanders.
Would have surprised me, someone with your talent, and I wouldn't have heard of them.
Well, I don't know. I can't be surprising, I guess.
So what
Maybe.
brings you all the way here?
Oh yeah, you know how it is with our types. They're blowing on in the wind. Looking to restock.
The ash winds do travel.
Yeah.
Name's Brodika, if you'd like a place.
Oh, appreciate
At the
it.
table?
Sure.
Any drink or coin? Must be hard being a nomad. You have your entire clan with you?
Well, we're a small group. You know, just resupplying, like I said. Kind of broke off. Anyway, yeah, it's all
Clans in
business.
town are a lot bigger.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lots of big families.
Are
Everybody
you
knows
all-
each other.
You all in one?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ah, I suppose I should. That's Rohesia.
Doesn't talk much.
I do. Hi.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Just a little.
Yeah, no problem.
You play really well,
I'll appreciate it.
but it's not any melody I've ever heard before.
Huh. Yeah. I don't know. I just gotta make up my own stuff. Time alone, you got lots of time on your hands to come up with all kinds of things. Are there other players around in the city? Musicians?
Oh, there's a few. You'll find them in bars every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
That, Milo in the White Wind, he's quite a good one.
Okay. I might have to look him up, exchange a few songs.
I'm sure he'd be up for it.
Which way is
He's
the white
a
one?
boisterous one, so be aware of him.
Yeah, that's alright. I can keep as good as I can. You mentioned clans in the city. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't been through much yet. Is there anybody I should be looking for or looking out for? Or, I mean, you two seem all right.
Not sure what you mean by looking out for.
Oh,
There
I don't know.
are
Some
the
people are like really
Morning Eyes, probably the biggest clan around. Tend to have a lot of their clan in the local guard. If you're looking for influential people, say that's the place to go. But there are so many clans.
Oh yeah. Is there anybody that does good smithing? Friend there likes smithing.
Well, as a clan or just for
Yeah, I
blacksmith?
don't know. Maybe it's a clan, but maybe just a black.
Guess they're sort of the same. There is smithy not too far from here, on the bank. From Clan Blade Rock, they're pretty adept. Sort of their whole deal, I suppose.
Nice. Yeah,
When you're a clan focusing one thing mostly, you should probably make sure you're good at it.
Makes sense. How about anybody in the like arts, artificers, perhaps, or well, nothing too nothing too like vampire-y, I wouldn't say, but you know what I mean. Sometimes it's useful.
Not too much we have in that department. Maybe near the keep you'll find someone like that, but as you can. Lots of vampires in the capital, probably more none. But they'd give you or I a moment of their time.
Well, I didn't know, sometimes. Well, I'm gonna
Makes you think, though. They have so much time.
Yeah, well,
Why
yeah,
are they
that's what I'm
so
saying.
sparse with it?
Well, and like I'm gonna be honest, we've been through a couple of their crypts a few times, and you do find some decent stuff in there.
A couple of them.
Well, I don't
Quite
want
the
to toot my own
dangerous
horn,
place to venture into.
but like I found some interesting stuff if you rip it off. I mean, if you're brave enough.
Well, still vampire stuff. So not sure if
yeah.
that's anything I want to look for, but I'll keep it.
That was the weird thing, Yeah, you're right. Most vampire stuff. I think they must like get some stuff from like other places, because there's some stuff that's just like weird. It's like this doesn't seem something they'd have, but
No, I mean I'm very sure then vampires steal from everyone.
that's what it seemed like. Yeah. You had anybody from town through recently? Other than us, anybody interesting like that?
Well, not that I can recall. I'm sure if you ask the keep, he can tell you all sorts of strangers come through.
Yeah, no doubt. Sounds good. I'll get a word with him.
Other than you, no one who's in big waves, I should say. Definitely none that was talented.
Oh, appreciate it. City's been bad then?
Mostly.
And aside from mostly, I was
You get the odd comment here and there. There hasn't been anything in weeks, though.
Really? It's a bit hot.
No, it's full times.
Even with the, I don't know. You're not really in the. There was an interruption for you. There was like a little disruption with, well, I suppose maybe if you hadn't stolen artifacts from vampires, you wouldn't have noticed. But there was some disruption in Magic a while back, even items. That's how I noticed, anyway.
don't think anyone here knows about that.
Huh.
Where did that happen?
Pretty strong. I mean, it was kind of over by the sea more, but it wasn't that. It was a ways.
Well, we're not so far from it, but no, we don't think we had anything. No. Nothing that I can recall.
Really? Huh. Like, you didn't see anything light up the sky? There was like... Huh.
Light up the sky. Incandescence.
That's why it was so weird.
Well, I suppose if you shine the light bright enough at the clouds, you'd get a lit up sky, but no. It's been drab and dark, usual. A lighted sky. Don't think we've had a clear sky outside of the summer season.
I don't mean it was like clear. I mean like sort of like a volcano. Well, I don't know. Or a stroke of lightning might light up the sky.
Well, I had lightning every now and then, but
Yeah, but like, yeah, okay, all right, I get you.
bigger.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you don't mean to tell us that the mountain is
Oh no, it was like
a
out
volcano
over the.
in reality, because
No, it was over the sea. Well, mostly over the sea, yeah. Thought you guys would have seen it. Maybe not though. Alright, well, anywhere else y'all should stop by while we're in town?
well, there's plenty of places. Depends on what you're looking for.
I mean,
markets across town, taverns like this one. Honestly, though, this is probably the best one you'll find.
okay.
If you're looking to stock up, there's hunts every now and then, but I'm sure you're preoccupied with your own hunts if you're nomads.
Yeah, we do like to go on those. All right, well, thanks for your time. I didn't catch. Sorry, what clan do y'all say you were in?
Oh, well, it's Clan X-Tail. It's a smaller clan, but sizable compared to. She sort of nods towards where Evelyn is sitting alone at this point.
Oh yeah. Don't mind her. Well, yeah, we're drinking Fang. Yes,
No. A fierce name.
Oh, you know. It's an old name.
You mumble that as you walk away.
Yeah, I'm just totally BSing.
You mumble
No,
as
no,
Silas
I'm just
approaches
like,
from behind and
I'm
is
standing.
like,
I'm standing. Sorry, that's all. I'm
Hey.
kind of noticing Silas.
hey Red.
Well,
Yeah.
hope you're by again sometime. Play some more of those songs.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna nod to the
What?
to the two women as I approach Red and be like, just a moment. Would like to talk to the barkeeper and also would like to throw around. And you are the one with the funds, so
Oh yeah, no problem. I will hand over like 10 of the pod gold and 5 of, I don't know, 15 should be enough to buy, right?
all right.
So like 10 12 print gold, 5, other gold.
Thank you. Want to come with or still talking with the ladies?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's all right. If you'll excuse me, ladies.
Sorry for interrupting you.
You get a returned to your nods and a wave of bye as you leave. And as you head up the stairs, could you go ahead and make me a wisdom save?
These mysterious wisdom saves.
Mm-hmm.
No, you guys are suspicious.
Or just randomly getting scryed on? That's not what I thought.
At least I keep rolling decently. 18.
18.
These two
For
unless it's changed.
a moment, it's as though you had seen something as you turn and head up the stairs. Felt something off. But as soon as you turn to sort of capture what felt weird, you can't quite place that weird feeling. This sort of fleeting weirdness reminds you of waking up and trying to remember a dream you just had. And even though you sort of feel the lingering traces of what was just there, the memory of it is already gone.
Huh. So yeah, as we approach the barkeeper, I'm just gonna fill Red in what I heard about a mysterious, friendly wizard figure that threw around here, and who the barkeeper might know more about.
Yeah, sure. Something's a bit odd in the city. Can't quite place my finger on it yet, though.
Definitely something odd. But they like to ride wyverns, and that is a plus for me.
Alright. Keep that in mind.
Hey barkeep.
Oh, right. What can I get you?
We want to throw around for the whole place.
The whole place?
Yes.
Sure. I'll drink you dry, though, if you keep doing that.
That's
I'll
one
be
round for
coin for the
now.
first.
You gave us you paid for our first round. We're gonna pay for their for one
That's
of their
true,
rounds.
but-
It just feels like
Well, thank you. But
feels like a way of getting to know each other.
a
You know?
smaller group than the rest of these.
True, but
Hey,
so
it's
is fate.
your coin. You see him sort of start to grab a whole bunch of tankards and start filling them up.
Yeah, I mean, as he does that, I'm gonna start talking to him. We've been talking to a couple people here. They seem quite nice, and we've heard about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
interesting parts around this place, like riding wyverns and whatnot.
It's a
And-
great place. It's very familial.
yeah,
Lots of clients around here.
seems nice so far. We've also heard that we're not the only strangers that have been coming through here lately. There's been also an odd one out wizard kind of guy that also threw around here, was pretty nice, and sounds kind of like familiar. So we were wondering if it's the same person we were thinking about. You know anything else about him?
Oh, there's a couple of strangers that could apply to. A couple of people come round. Usually they're pretty friendly. You know, friendly atmosphere makes friendly people.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to remember any names, would you?
Oh, not so great with names, especially if they're passing through. But you said they're familiar. You know anyone? Perhaps it'll ring a bell.
I mean, I think he was from Clan, and I look at Red like Holzbane or something. Something very close to that. I don't really remember that name.
Oh, Spain.
Yeah.
Nothing that jogs my memory.
Yeah, I don't quite remember.
Any
if it was-
specifics?
He would have been a kind of interesting, kind of booky guy.
Bookie guy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think that'd be
So
better.
like glasses, not a Lycan maybe.
Yeah, maybe glasses, maybe not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Boltzmann. Hi, friendly fella that one.
Boltzmann.
Oh, Boltzmann, not
That's what it was.
Holzbane. Boltzmann, yes.
He was here. He left quite a long time ago.
Really?
He was headed back to Kauron. Something about finding his friends on the airship or something.
How long ago would you say?
Oh, it's a long time ago.
Finding his friends on the airship? What's an airship?
Well, the ship that goes through the air. Used to be a few of them around here, but haven't seen one in ages. Long time ago. You see him sort of fill up the last of the mugs and
I
then
don't feel like it was that long.
yell back.
How long is a
towards
long
the
time?
kitchen. Oi, we got some mugs to deliver. You hear this just low grunt from the bank, and you see another werebear sort of lumber around, grab a couple of the mugs, and start trudging off. Can't quite remember. Long time ago.
Okay. Huh. Speaking of, so I don't mean to be rude. It's just we've been out and about a long time. Sometimes that's fair. Days run together. What's This is gonna sound silly. What was today's date? It's just sometimes we're like hunting overnight, and then I can't remember if it's been 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't want to look silly walking around the city, if you know what I mean.
Oh, it's a third of stout strength, I believe.
Does that mean absolutely anything to me?
It means nothing to you.
Good. Absolutely
Is it
wonderful.
stone strength? Is that
Yep.
Stout strength.
stout?
I'm just gonna be down and be like, oh, okay, I was only off by a couple.
Now let's try out if Beggar has prepared the whole calendar system from these guys, and let's ask them about it.
Fucking hate you.
Do you remember what month it was?
A
Yeah.
Time of year it
sunbolt of
was.
lightning! Evelyn,
Mhm.
you hear this sort of light bit of commotion as the jovial atmosphere seems to rise again for a moment. And a few moments later, you see this large web sort of going around, handing out mugs of ale. And inevitably, he comes to your table as well, placing down a mug. And can you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Yeah.
You can roll with advantage.
Right. It's 15.
Okay.
When he sets the mug down, because Evelyn's just distrusting and normal,
Mhm.
she's gonna do a quick make sure with detect magic that there's nothing wrong with the ale.
You look at the mug with detect magic, and you don't see any glow.
Okay.
Round's done. You see him step back. Alright, thank you. Right, will that be anything else?
No, I don't think so. Oh, actually, somebody else mentioned some of the other musicians sometimes come in here.
Every now and then, rarely.
Okay.
You looking for a
there-
job?
Maybe more.
You'd be
because
welcome to stay.
I appreciate that.
We don't have rooms or anything of the sort, but we have a shack out front.
A shack out front sounds pretty nice. We'll think about it.
All right.
I kind of look at Silas and Huxley. See if
We'll find if you do want to stay. It's a friendly town. Very familiar.
That's what I keep hearing.
Why do you have 3 eyes?
Oh. Why do you look like a small me sometimes? That is the same one, right? Well, unless
Yep.
you seem
no,
sort
that's
of
the same one.
look around to see if he sees another small person looking around.
Actually, Hux would probably be like, what do you mean? Oh. Slightly shifts back, but still looks bear-like.
Well, it's a quirk of my clan.
That's really cool.
Doesn't really do much. You see him sort of wave his hand in front of his eyes. Suppose if you lost one eye, you'd still have 2 left for depth perception, but
Mhm.
What's the clan's name you're from?
the 3-bringer. On account of the 3, well, you'll get it.
Yeah, makes sense. What's the most influential clan around here?
Oh, it's the morning eyes, easy. Right?
Morning eyes, probably. Good to make friends with. Don't drink a lot, though. Friendly fellas.
Nice.
Good.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is there anybody in here right now you think we ought to get to know if we're new to town? Like, pointing around the bar.
Well, it depends on who you need to know. If you're planning on living here, I'm sure you'll know everyone in due time. Right there, passed out on the bar. Usually a bit more friendly than this. One of the cave farmer. You know, responsible for some of the food we have here. There's plenty of hunters and plenty of hunting clans. Find some of those further down next to the fire. Anyone in particular you want to know?
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know how to say this, if this is alright to say in here. Sometimes we like to get into a little bit of crypt raiding, if you know what I mean.
No. Well,
Anybody trading stuff like that?
there's plenty of merchants and traders up and about. If you're trying to pawn off stuff that belongs to, you know, the pale ones,
Yeah.
suppose you'll find plenty of places willing to trade them if they carry them on to other traders, maybe even the city. There's not much demand for it here, so you'll probably not find anyone willing to buy it just to own it.
Okay. You never know, you get interesting folks. Didn't know if anybody was in here that might be.
Everyone here is pretty friendly.
Yeah.
And familiar.
Sure, you find what you're looking for. Who are you looking for?
Okay.
that's a lie. Evelyn is not friendly, and she's
Is that or familial? I suppose that's everything then. I appreciate your time. Unless you had something else.
Because he's mentioned it so much with the friendly, and we are friendly, and this is friendly. Like, do I get a sense of he's hiding something when he says that, or if he's actually sincere?
Can you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Sure. 21.
My God.
There is something odd that you start noticing. In a sense, they all seem to almost say the same words over and over. They seem honest about it, but that doesn't make it any less weird.
Alright, alright. Shall we get back to our friend then? I'm looking at Red and Hux.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Alright.
Actually, sorry, bartender. Just one last thing.
Ryan?
Is there any places around? We were talking about people being bookish. One of our friends is a little bookish. Are there any places around with some good books?
Well, when you said bookish, I was thinking of the a grand court, sort of where they do laws and stuff, but you're more asking about just buying or having books, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, there's a library or two around here.
Okay.
Can't really tell you where they are. Not really my kind of place to visit.
Sure. Would anybody in here know about anything like that?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask around for that one.
Okay. No problem. Thanks. I give Silas like a side eye on hearing the words library.
With a door?
The door?
Oh, sure, it's got plenty of doors. You guys know Korean? Friendly one.
Very familial.
Evelyn has, for clarification, not drunk the ale. I'm imagining the ale is not on par to her normal palate of like wine that she prefers. Yeah. She's just
It's
kind of
fairly
like swirling
simple.
it.
It's very malty, kind of bitter, you know.
Yeah. After her first one, she probably just is like, this is just kind of fiddling with it, but she has not drunk anymore. It's not helping get the look of disgust off of her face.
Just you guys can go back. I was just gonna. Is this room open to the public?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just gonna poke my head in here and kind of look around and give a like toast since we just passed out the round. These people.
Yeah, you get
vibes on.
the same greeting in return, essentially. People raising their monks as you go in and, raise yours, presumably.
Nice. Is there anything unique about this room? Take it.
It appears to be sort of a little bit more private.
Okay.
You can go ahead and roll me an investigation roll.
Yeah, Red's just a naturally curious beast. Investigation would be 11.
As you were looking for books earlier, you do know that there is a shelf immediately to your left in this room that holds a number of books, but probably not to the degree that you were asking about. But otherwise, it seems like the atmosphere here generally is just a little bit more quiet.
Okay. That's all for now.
Welcome back.
You look nice and uncomfortable.
Quite. Any chance then that we can wrap this up?
Not sure.
I mean, it's very friendly and very familial in here, so we should stay definitely forever.
Yeah.
It's probably on the lower tier of, even for me, friendly.
No,
And
what I'm trying to say, sorry
familial.
to interrupt you, what I'm trying to say is that's what everyone says. They sound like they were brainwashed into
Weird,
saying
like-
these same words over and over again.
Are they missing when we came in and everyone was not really out on the street and there's barely any people about, and the people that are about are keeping their cloaks pulled in?
No. But see, everything in the city has been quiet, and there was no explosion of light in the sky recently at all. Oh, and also,
What about that,
Boltzmann left a long time ago to look for his friends on the airship.
What?
Yeah.
Well, did anyone say anything about that, like sort of pink glow when we came to the city?
No. Everything's been really quiet in the city. No issues with anybody.
Silas, you do not remember a pink glow.
Also, wait, what?
Because-
Pink glow? No, I remember.
Yes, you remember. You saw. Because if you're talking about lights in the sky, then I would have.
No, I was
thought
clear about
we'd
like an
at least be talking about the
explosion
pink glow.
and magic turning off, and no one had an idea.
Did I miss something? What kind
Even-
of pink glow are you talking about?
The glow that was all over the city
wa-
when we came in.
I thought it was kind of like torchlight, but yeah, it was.
It had like a sort of pinkish red tint to it.
There was nothing
I
of that
don't
kind.
I don't think we should stay in the city too long. Personally.
Right. Let's head out then.
Yes, we can definitely do that. If you are interested, there is a bookcase in the other room. I would be remiss in not pointing that out. I feel like. Though it's probably not relevant. Oh, also, do you know what the heck's the month of stout strength is?
Does that mean anything to me, Becker? I can't imagine it does.
It does not.
No.
Okay, well, apparently that's today's date. Yeah.
Have we heard, since we've been on the continent, or Vidar at all, ever mention any sort of time, like, that we would have recognized that there is a different set of months or days or anything, seasons or anything like that? Like, would we have heard anything? I don't think so. I'm just double checking.
Not at least from the vampire. I don't think there were any specific dates mentioned unless you would have tried to.
No, that's fine. I can.
Vidar certainly didn't mention anything.
Right. I can glance at the books, but they're probably covered in as much grime as everything else here. And leaves me with relatively low expectations of what I'd find in them.
Yeah, well, never know. It is a quieter room in there.
I'll take a look. And then we'll shift, doing her best to not make contact with the table as she like shifts out. And like that awkward I like when you are going to like put your hand down to help you shift out of a booth, but like then realizing I really don't want to keep touching everything, so you kind of like do that awkward hover instead. That's what she and then she slides out of the booth and makes her way across the room to go look for a supposed bookshelf with a still look of disdain on her face that she cannot get off of her face.
Despite
no
your
much she tries.
look of disdain, as you pass by, tables and such, there are, raised mugs, nodded greetings.
I say to the others, maybe I should have changed her a little bit more.
Ellen kind of does like a half like tilt of a hand gesture, like a general passing, but like doesn't pay them any mind as she goes to glance in at supposed bookshelf.
Mm-hmm. You come around the corner looking at this bookshelf, and even from a distance, it looks like most of these are just large, bound collections of tattered pages. You can go ahead and roll me an investigation.
Never the disdain never leaving her face. Pick up a book or so and kind of flip through it. Investigation, natural 20.
Ooh.
For a bookshelf she doesn't want to look at.
Secret note falls out.
Beautiful.
Because of your disdain, you just notice everything that is wrong with it. You can already tell the second you pick up one of these books that no one's been taking care of these things. A few of the pages seem tattered, and there's this sort of dust that falls out, a clear sign that there have probably been actual real bookworms at work on some of these books as well. In general, you scan the backs of these books and you don't really find anything that stands out to you. All these leather-bound tomes are bound in, somewhat old and gross leather. Some aren't even titled. Some that are titled simply read vague and general descriptions such as recipes or tales, children's stories. And your disdain only grows.
She puts the book that she was currently holding back on the shelf like something that she picked up gross. And like absolutely just casts prestidigitation on her hand because she can't anymore. And does like a slow, like a quick glance around the room, but then she would turn and leave. Until she gets to right about here. And then she would just cross her arms and glance over to Rhett until he makes eye contact with her. There's nothing here that I want to look at more than I have. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I might as well. I guess we should head out. That's alright, Huxley. I know you like it here.
I guess.
Okay.
He waves at everyone.
Isn't
as
it?
he leaves.
Yeah.
As you make your way up the stairs, can you go ahead and roll me another wisdom save?
Because I just rolled my nat 20!
Yeah,
On a
I didn't
bookshelf.
take that away. You do have disadvantage on
It's a
this one,
10.
like the other ones.
Advantage.
Yeah.
10.
Okay.
For the sake of it, because everything's been super sus and odd. Not that that would affect the roll or anything. Probably as they make their way out, she's going to briefly shift into the like half the wolf humanoid hybrid form, just to make sure that there's nothing that she is missing.
Okay.
And like something weird with the scent, or if there's anything that will pop out differently. But she's not staying in it for long, just as they walk out.
Yeah.
Whoa! At least warn a guy before you do this.
There's nothing out of the ordinary you smell, but there is something out of the ordinary that Silas smells.
Mm-hmm. Was this really necessary?
It's hardly the worst, I'm sure.
Right. Leaving the city?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, sorry. Maybe not yet.
Alright. Well, you're welcome back here anytime.
Thanks.
I mean, it's a friendly place.
Hi.
Quite familiar.
Is this dude just standing by a picture? I mean, it's fine. You know what? It's fine.
Do you look around the corner and stare at her like some weirdo?
It's yeah, sorta. Like
Stares back at you. There's a nod.
okay. I mean, who just stands outside the bathroom for an hour?
Hardly the weirdest thing we've seen here.
You know.
Stepping out, Evan is going to try and look for that glow in the sky again to see if she can point it out to Silas when they do a step outside.
You step outside into the street and you look around. Mostly up at the sky to see if there's anything of that colored glow that you saw before, but there's nothing.
I can't see the glow now. I can hear it. Odd.
Did you see it when we were inside the city or before we entered the city?
Soft glow of the town's lights, but none of the color that they mentioned.
When does we approach the city?
So maybe while we're within the city, you can see it, and maybe you were able to see it because you can do magic and I can't. So maybe we should leave the city and then we see it again?
Have you been checking stuff out with your site?
It's always up. It's only if it's something close to me though.
Yeah.
Hey, Evelyn, can you go ahead and make me a wisdom save with advantage?
What is going on?
Okay.
I have so many suspicions and theories, and I'm like, I will never succeed on this wisdom save. I can't do anything. It's the most we can really do is perhaps look around and see if we can't find any more information on perhaps the tower if we glance around the outer edges.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh yeah, right. Have
I
we
did
already
hear about-
have we already told her what we found out about boatsmen?
Sorry, go ahead. I don't know.
Evelyn, The barkeeper has met Boatsman quite a while ago.
Yes.
That right. How long ago? It just a while.
A long while.
We
a long
tried
while.
to figure
A
it
long
out.
while.
He
A long
wasn't going
while.
to go more specific, but it's been quite a while, and he went back to insert name of the capital city. I think it was right.
No, I don't know if he was going back there or not. Yeah. I mean, I guess it.
And something about an
He
airship visiting
said
his friends.
which
Yeah.
was the continent you actually
Oh,
originally.
the continent.
Polythreme.
Okay. And he went. He was talking about finding his friends with the airship.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. Is that us? I don't know. Can't be too many airships around nowadays.
It really makes sense. So we can leave the city. We can go find other places. Like there's this other tavern, I guess, called the White Wind, and there's another like there that might have interesting stories. But it might also just be useful to walk around the city and look for the tower, because it's clearly going on.
Yeah, there's something very weird going on here.
Well, I don't really detect anything with magic. And I haven't seen anything. So everyone's certainly acting odd.
Yeah.
Again,
Maybe.
glancing around at decently bare streets.
Mhm.
If this is what they call friendly and familial.
Maybe we slap them really hard.
Nope. No, that we should not do that.
Well, it definitely did seem much more friendly and familial than whatever the vampires did with us. So, there's that, but doesn't seem to be like the natural kind of friendly and familiar.
There are supposed to be a couple libraries around. Don't know how good they'd be.
I can consult the trees.
Sorry. while you debate,
Mm-hmm,
why don't we take a 5-minute break? Because I gotta run to the
Okay.
toilet, and I will be right back.
All right.
I don't know why no one wants to consult trees.
What?
I'm gonna be fine at this tree. If you can find a tree for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
what? You're just gonna summon
I
a
can
tree next.
grow a tree.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not gonna know because it's brand new.
No, I'm casting divination.
Oh, okay. I that won't go wrong around a divination with power. It's fine.
Also, by the way, if during this recording, midway through, you hear 20 seconds of random music playing, I just pressed the button by accident at some point and couldn't figure out how to turn it off again. Was one song from my playlist on Spotify that randomly started playing.
Oh no, how are we gonna get the ad revenue money if they can just claim the video?
Ugh.
Well, I doubt it will be like that because it was a song I made with AI. Haha.
So it's just beggar that will.
Yeah, Beggar will be furious, but can't really do much
Nobody tell
about it.
beggar.
Yeah, nobody just... It's just our secret, okay?
I'm trying to think. Magic.
Now let's try.
Because you can focus on like a magical effect, but I'm trying to figure out what would if you can't see something. I'm trying to figure out.
It's but like targeting what? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, because you can target a magical effect within range. You don't have to see like if somebody casts invisibility, for example.
Yeah.
You don't have to see the person to know you're trying to dispel or know where the person is as long as they're in range.
Yeah.
So is there I'm trying to figure in my head, is there something that Evelyn could reasonably target as a magical effect to try and dispel? But
or I have Wishback. I could cast Anti-Magic Field. I could see how strong their magic is versus mine. I don't know.
Maybe.
That's good. I mean, Anti-Magic Field isn't really. It is pretty good. I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to do. You know what I mean?
I'm not even convinced that we're actually here.
I don't know if we're in the same time anymore, even. You know what I mean?
I don't know if we're in the right timeline. I don't know if we're in a dream. I don't.
We're probably laying beside Vidar at this point in the ash. It's just a dream sequence. You know?
Well, if it is a charm that you're rolling against, you should all have a +1, by the way.
Yeah. Now,
I doubt it.
Technically, a werewolf hybrid, I'm immune to charmed, but
so with the werewolves here,
right? So,
I guess, yeah.
I don't think it's charm. This is where I'm trying to figure out what could I rationalize to target. Is it something mentioned memory?
Yeah, maybe a modify memory.
Yeah, maybe it could have been maybe it was Boltzmann who was nobody can remember I was here, so I'm gonna change their memories and tell them that I was leaving to go back, but I never went back. I went into the other direction. Haha.
Right.
One example of many. Or it could be the tower that came down somewhere around here that's influencing them, or something entirely different.
I'm more convinced it's the tower.
I think so.
Yeah.
I thought with modify memory, sometimes when you are under the effect of modify memory, you agree with things up until the point where you can't. So up until there's a point where if it no longer makes sense, then there's a higher chance that you can break the modify memory. But there's otherwise you won't really care if there's gaps in logic. But people keep saying oh, it's we're friendly and familial here. But
you're saying I should just forcefully kidnap the bartender and then greater restoration him repeatedly until he remembers. I'm also really scared to cast Dream at this point.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
I'm glad I didn't do that, but also I don't know. Maybe I'll have to, but also kind of scary.
Meta knowledge. We could be trying to tackle a thing like a false Hydra or something. That's more of meta of no indie creature kind of scenarios. But in general, True Sight would see that. Obviously, they'd have to be with 15 feet. But technically, you're supposed to be able to see the influence of a false Hydra. I don't know how that works, but
I think we've been seeing some influences. I don't know.
And again, this is meta. Knowing how to if it was something like a false Hydra, Like if you cast silence, then you can hear the singing fix things. It, like
Relative to an
inconsistencies are a big
anti-magic
thing.
field would also do that, right?
I would maybe. I mean, that would maybe make sense.
Maybe not.
But that's what I was thinking. Modify memory, because that's essentially what the False Hydra is doing, is modifying memories constantly. So if it's a magical effect like modify memory, you could maybe try and if there's something along those similar lines, even False Hydra or not, like that would maybe work.
Yeah.
Trying to dispel magic on modify memory, but I don't know if like how that would work necessarily. I don't even know if that would work on a mechanical level.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Can you do dispel magic?
I think that's something you can only undo with like greater restoration and stuff.
Usually.
Right. So it could do it like I think greater restoration is normally the only way you can really remove modify memory effects. Is dispel magic is like an ongoing effect, whereas like modify memory is normally something that already passed. So
I'm big.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
He thinks.
We're not just scrambling for any ideas.
Oh.
We can kidnap one of the villagers and bring him back to the ship to see if that breaks
Honestly?
the enchantment.
Honestly considered it.
Question for you, Beggar.
Yes.
I know I'm not asking you to tell me scenarios, I'm more asking mechanics here.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think if Evelyn, like, so she can do dispel magic.
Yes.
You can for as an example scenario, you can dispel invisibility without knowing where the invisible creature is, as long as they're in that, like, because oh, I'm trying to dispel invisibility in this
Yes.
area. If Evelyn's just trying to sit here trying to figure out, I was trying to think of what kind of magical effect she could try and target if she wanted to try and do dispel magic. If she thought something odd was happening. When I was thinking about modify memory, but I don't know if modify memory could be like dispel magic would work on modify memory, because it's normally a greater restoration, for example.
If you are aware of a modify memory and you target specifically modify memory, you should be able to dispel that effect.
Okay.
Important for dispel magic really is knowing which spell you're targeting.
So yeah, I mean, Evan could try that, but scrambling here for ideas to try and figure out what's wrong.
I don't see how staying in the city and trying to question more people is going to help us. Unless we accidentally stumble into really the wrong person who's like, yes, it's me, now you're dead. You poked around too much. You know what I mean?
He just Bossman walking around the corner. Oh shit.
Shit.
Oh fuck.
God damn it.
But I guess for the sake of it, while they're standing there, Evelyn will attempt to dispel magic, modify memory.
On someone specific?
On herself?
Okay.
To see if, like, if it's like a constant thing, or that's maybe happening, like maybe her perception's being changed. I don't know.
Wouldn't she notice now the modified
listen,
memory that Red did?
You. I was about to say you cast
Son of a-
modify memory on yourself, and you remember the details about the sun bomb, the false sun spell, or the artifact that holds it.
And where it is. And that it was sequestered and everything. All the details, right?
What I believe what Evelyn now recalls is the conversation they had
Yeah,
in
the
actual
plan.
detail, and that she put a empty box into the bag of holding.
Yeah, but the rat has the actual sun bomb, right?
Retribution.
Sorry, that's right.
Double
So
check.
she told people that it was in the bag of holding, but Retribution
Actually
is
has it.
holding a empty box.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Is
I'm sure that's not disconcerting to her at all.
amused. Evelyn is currently amused.
You might need to try again. This is not the modified memory you're looking for.
For the sake of it, I will blow another spell slot and do another attempt.
There's probably
to
this smile and this
modify.
roll of the eyes as
Yeah,
you cast Dispel Magic on yourself again.
Mhm.
But the spell does not find another modified
okay.
memory to remove.
Perfect. For context, because this is already so convoluted, I will tell you guys. I am before you ever freaking messaged me, which is why I started laughing on the side, or before you ever decided to cast Modified Memory. Evelyn didn't trust Rhett to know where the sunstone was. So she sleight of hand, knowing that he couldn't see the actual sunstone, and mimed like it was in the box. It hasn't been in the box.
Oh, amazing. This has been a triple cross.
So even as she forgot where the box is, she knew this whole time where the actual artifact was.
Yeah.
Did you? Because you forgot the plan.
No, she put it to the plate, and this is why I was going very carefully based off of what you said to figure out.
Okay.
Because she'd already hidden it. The plan was all about where does the box go.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Yeah,
So she didn't know where the box was, but she didn't care about the box.
Perfect.
Because it never held the sunstone.
Yes, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
I was losing it. I was dying.
I love it.
When you did this.
The absolute triple crossedness.
Oh man.
Beggar, I was messaging Beggar on the side because I
love it.
I'd asked him if I could sleight of hand, and I thought you were going to make her forget where the sunstone was, and I was like, no one's ever going to find this because you worded about the box. I was like, nobody's ever going to know, because even if Rhett knew, because then you modified your own memory, but at that point in time I was like, nobody will ever be able to find this because it's gone from where even it should be.
Yeah, we would have just pulled the box and been like, it's actually amazing.
Ridiculous.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm glad someone knows where it is. But that's amazing, the triple cross. And not the rat will ever know.
Yeah.
But
there's a little like look of pride on her face for the briefest moment.
Amazing. Okay.
Right. Well, I think we might as well maybe try and head out of the city, see if we can't get answers somewhere else.
Yeah. Let's see if we can leave.
Okay. You make your way out of the city?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wander back along the streets that you had come in through, and as you pass the last houses, you make your way out of the city. Wandering, I'm assuming, into the direction of the dart?
No.
Yeah.
No?
No?
Yes.
Oh no, that's right.
Yes,
We're gonna try and wander around the outer edge of the city. Is that right?
Well, can I just look
Or no?
around for the tower? I'm expecting
Oh
to see
yeah,
the
yeah,
tower.
yeah. That's what I
Okay.
was trying to see if we could look for the tower.
You sort of, I'm assuming you sort of walk up a little bit, sort of to a vantage point, one of the
Yeah.
sort of foothills leading up to the mountain
Also check if the glow
outside
comes
of the
back.
city. And as you look around, go ahead and roll me a wisdom save with advantage.
Everyone or
Everyone?
Everyone. Well, everyone who's looking around for the tower.
could you roll for me,
What
please,
if we're looking
beggar?
around for that glow again?
Then you can roll me a regular wisdom save.
Okay.
Could anyone roll for me, please, so I don't have to stand up to get to the PC?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, where are you right now?
He's laying down.
I'm lying a couple of feet away because of my surgery. I can't sit for too long, so I'm lying.
Wait a second, you had a fucking surgery?
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you last time? I had the
Yes.
the skin
Yes.
removal surgery thing.
Oh.
So he's good standing and he's good laying down.
Right.
But I'm not
Sorry,
good
I'd
sitting
completely
for too long.
forgotten about that.
You got a 12.
Well, then I wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you. I'm already doing quite. I mean, it's been 1.5 weeks, so I'm already doing much better than
Nice, nice.
last week.
I got a
I
7.
got a- Oh, I got a 15.
Tyler's got a 12 plus 17. Or something, but well, past 20 probably.
But
Wait,
there's
what
16.
did Hux get?
Did
Wisdom
anyone
is
beat
not our
a...
strong
Well,
suit.
okay. Those looking for the tower, did you beat a 15?
Yes.
What was
looking
the roll
for the
me?
glow, did you beat a 20?
12.
I
12.
beat a what?
20.
No.
Okay, 12 plus 3, so I had a 15 exactly then.
There you go.
You all look around for the tower, except for Evelyn, who's the town, expecting to see that glow. You do not see the glow. The rest of you looking past the town itself, you do not see any tower of any sort, which to you isn't all that odd. There is a lot of ash and dust in the air, and even during the daytime it is fairly dark. The moment might simply then the tower is too far distant or hidden by some other structure. If there is a crater like one tower you visited, then it may be below the sort of ground line and hidden behind a hill of ash or something of the like. Huxley, you're the only one who finds it weird that you're not seeing the tower. Presumably, there would be some sign of it from an impact, but you don't see any.
I think Silas passed as well.
Then,
Nope.
Silas,
Got a
you
15.
also think that it's weird. You can see most of the area just from its general topography, but there's nothing that indicates a crater anywhere.
Guys, I have this weird feeling again that I also had at the tavern, that something is not quite right here. I feel like we should see something, but we don't. I feel like there's more magic going on here.
Could attempt to. I'm not seeing the glow in the sky again. It could attempt maybe an illusion. To dispel if there's some sort of illusion magic going on. on that scale, I'm not sure about all of the people, but if there was something that you thought that you're not seeing, that would have to be something along the lines of what Rhett did earlier, or...
Was that glow right above the city when you saw it last time, or was it behind the city somewhere?
Was kind of... Do you see how there's like the bloom around the city from the light of the city?
Do I beggar?
You do see this sort of ambient soft light, almost like, you know, if you look at a modern city from a distance, you might see this sort of dome of ambient light,
A little
just
bit of
from,
light
you know, all the
pollution.
lights in the city. Yeah, it's sort of the same, except it's very pronounced because there is so much dust and ash in the air. So you very clearly see that soft glow of the settlement, but you don't see any color in that glow.
Right, so...
Well, there's a sort of slight yellowish hue probably to it. It's slightly a warmer color.
Before, when I was looking at that, and I'm assuming it was the same for Rat, that glow, that bloom kind of coming from the city, had that pink, sort of reddish pink color through it.
I just kind of expected like red streetlights when we got in from it, almost.
Right.
Which obviously was not true.
What exactly did Vidar say where the tower was? Did he say it has to be next to the city? Or could it be that the tower fell into the city and is now cloaking its presence by changing the city?
Am I like crazy? Didn't we all see it? From like high up, or did we not? Was it just Vidar
No,
describing it
you
to us?
saw... the only thing you've seen so far was the glow of the city.
Okay, so he just described that he saw the tower.
Yes. He was doing augury before you arrived.
Right, that's what it was. I don't know how to do that spell, so I can't very well replicate it.
Can't wish for that one.
I mean, I can't.
It's for a second level spell.
It seems a waste.
Yeah,
I think there are other things that might be worth trying.
Well, Puck, sometimes you can ask for direction or inspiration in a similar way.
Yeah, I can ask the trees.
If you want to ask a tree about a tower, by all means.
I can also ask the rocks, I guess. Looking around.
That might work better.
If we find some animals, I could ask some animals.
They'd probably just tell you that it's a familial place, but you can
Yeah,
try.
probably.
I guess Hux looks for a good place and casts divination.
Huxley, can you go ahead and make me a wisdom save?
Mm-hmm.
You'll fall asleep.
You move to Car's divination at the rocks, and you have this weird feeling that what are the rocks gonna know? Trying to ask Nietzsche about the tower seems futile. You don't really see a point in casting divination.
Yeah, I guess there's no point without trees.
Didn't you just say that you could talk to the rocks?
No, the rocks are not as big as the trees. They don't know that much.
Maybe they know enough though. Could at least try it.
I don't think so.
This is Huxley's specialty area.
Yeah, true.
So you want to grow a tree next to the street then?
I mean, I could grow trees, but as you said, they wouldn't know anything about here.
Hmm.
They'd be new.
Okay. I suppose I did make a good point.
Good job. Good job. We're stuck here forever. Because we can't roll wisdom saves for the life of us.
Does anyone feel like taking a heroism and like?
Oh man.
I don't see a reason to drink that
maybe,
potion right now.
If we were more like owls, would that be helpful? I can make someone more like an owl. By enhancing their abilities.
Why would I want to be like an owl? Red here can turn us into fucking dragons. Why would we be owls?
No, you have to think like an owl. In your mind.
Why?
Owls are wise. They
I'm
know
a
lot.
cat. I eat owls for breakfast.
When have you
Sounds-
ever eaten an owl for breakfast?
You do not remember a single time that Silas ate an owl for breakfast.
Do you have secret breakfast with
Well, we haven't met many owls lately to eat. The first time we've met, we've been traveling underground for like a year or something. And then after that we've been in Polythreme. There are not many owls there too. Then we've been flying on a freaking airship. They are lower to the ground because they have to hunt. They're not up in the air, owls. So then there's like volcanoes and magic arcanums, and these are not places for owls. And certainly not ones I want to eat.
And why would you say that?
Beggar. Can I try and use the grimoire to identify and ascertain if there's any sort of active spell effects on me?
Sure.
Curses or any physical ailments? I think I've
So you're
already
casting
discerned for the
Identify?
day. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Identify on myself.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom save.
Yeah. I'm gonna be like, never mind, I don't want to. Never mind, I don't want to. That's 11.
Okay. You try to ascertain if there are any ongoing spells
Yeah.
on yours as you cast Identify. And aside from your items and
Mm-hmm.
anything on your person, there doesn't seem to be any ongoing spell effects on you.
Okay. Again, wisdom.
I'm open to going back to the ship, but we can't find the stupid tower. Maybe we could find it from the air.
Yeah, we could try. Or we could see if there's any live fauna around, if Hux could talk to that.
Yeah, maybe.
Does it look like there's any plants living in the area? Breaker?
You do see some sort of pockets of vegetation out further in the sort of fields of ash before the city. So there do appear to be some form of tree. They're very thorny, gnarled, and old looking, but the fact that they're there does imply that there is life.
All right, Hux. What about those?
I guess I can ask them.
Okay, well, let's sort of on our way back, ish. Let's
Well,
head over
make our way
there.
that way. Yeah.
Okay. You head out away from the mountain and further into the Ashen Plains, eventually coming upon this sort of cluster of trees. It almost looks from a distance like a thorn bush would look. Only then, once you're up close, it is like a massive thorn bush in scale. Each of the branches is as thick as one of your arms, and so are the thorns. You move close to one of the tree's stems and must try to cast divination.
No, I'll speak with plan.
Okay.
Oh. Have you guys seen a tower lately?
Greeting. There are many buildings.
Where?
They sleep at the foot of the mountain.
But like a really tall building.
There is a really tall building sleeping at the foot of the mountain,
Where?
where all the other buildings are at the foot of the mountain.
No, there isn't.
The
They say there's a tower in the middle, well, where all the other buildings are, at the foot of the mountain.
Well, there are a few towers in the town.
yeah. Okay, but did it fall out of the sky recently?
Right. Are there any that maybe impacted the ground? Fell in, made the ground shake?
Did one really tall building recently fall from the sky?
No buildings have fallen. It is a friendly place.
Stop it! Even the tree!
Oh god.
No!
No. This
So-
is hell.
I hate
No, it's a
this
friendly place. This is the good
Hell is
place.
a friendly place. Oh my gosh, dude.
Familial, even.
Yeah.
That's true for Red.
So what did the tree say?
They said no. Oh, it's just a
Fuck!
friendly
Burn the
place here.
burn the tree. Burn the tree.
No, it's
That's
not the
where I'm
tree's
at right
fault.
now.
Oh my gosh.
What can affect even the plants?
I'm gonna be honest with you, it might be the silver. If the tower fell and it was mixed with divination and the silver, it feels like it's something that could make a lie this big. To me. You know, knowing how the Dominion is, knowing how they... I mean, that's just what's making sense to me right now. You know, like, you know about Gromo's personality.
Right. I'm
Hiding.
Just, how do you even combat that?
Maybe we just have to fly over the city and eventually we'll bump into the tower.
I'm sort of starting to think that the big tower in the city is the tower, and that the that maybe the time's wrong. Is that possible?
Even if it was, like, how would we change the time?
I don't. Need
Also, why would the time change again? Didn't we do chronology already?
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Maybe it's that stupid wizard guy messing with us again.
Ooh, yeah, maybe we
Which
need to
one?
go to the library.
The one in the library.
Oh, that one. Oh boy.
The worst of all.
The worst of the worst. The first one. Okay, so if we go back into the city, do we just try to go to the keep? I mean, that feels like the biggest tower would be called the keep, right? Maybe.
We could. If we're out of... I mean, Vidor said it didn't look like he thought it was supposed to.
Yeah.
So I suppose it's possible. I guess that's our only thought even right now. We could head to the
Or
tallest point.
it's I don't know. Maybe it doesn't really make sense with the Boltzmann thing. Ugh. So Boltzmann has to just like he needs to distill lichen blood, right? Or needed to, at least. Last we know.
Right.
So the oldest lichen blood would probably be the rulers, which would be in the keep.
I suppose that's the best lead we have.
All right, might as well. But if this keep is a friendly and familiar place, I'm gonna freak out. But also, I hope it is somewhat friendly. Oh dear.
I feel like Red's starting to think this town might not be so bad to live in.
Quite
Did I
familiar.
tell you I was offered a job and I thought like, the shack might be kind of nice. I mean, what? Why am I thinking?
You're already quite busy with the job. I don't
Yeah.
think you would have enough time in your schedule to fit in the second one.
That's a good point. Okay, let's go back in and head straight to the keep.
Okay.
Right?
All we can do right now.
You head back into the city.
Goblins. No, never mind.
You make your way past the first buildings, further into the town, moving through. Oh, why is that underneath the map? There we go. Moving through the town at large, where you see more and more just people hushing from one building to the next. Not really spending too much time outside, but you make your way through the building, past guards, and keep an eye on you as you pass by. Even offer some greetings here and there, making your way up to the keep.
Evelyn's going to not keep her cloak pulled close this time.
Mm-hmm.
She is going to go ahead and shift to the hybrid form again.
Mm-hmm.
But she's going to keep somewhat more of her normal gait, as much as it is now slightly altered with the canine features, or the of a fox. But she's purposely like, I'm tired of the blending in scenario is not working, so she's abandoning that train of thought, but still
trying to come across and make sure that she's noticeably a werewolf, so there's no concern there, if that makes sense.
You know you can warn me before you do this, right?
Right, sorry. Meant to slip to my mind.
Seems to be something going around.
As you pass by a few other guards and lichens in their hybrid form, hey Evelyn, can you go ahead and make me another wisdom sign? With advantage. Should know.
Wait! I'm in my hybrid form. Hold. I'm a +8. What have I been doing with my life?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh. I'm that would be a 26.
Okay. Ellen, you notice something off. And as soon as you notice, you wonder why you hadn't noticed before. Even right now, when you look down, your true sight reveals, as you would expect, your true form. Even when you shift into your were or hybrid form. Your true sight should do the same for the other lichens around you. Yet as you walk past other werebears and werewolves in their hybrid form, if you observe them with or without your true sight, they appear the exact same.
Is there anything, if Evelyn racks her brain, that she's aware could do that?
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Because I'm not smart enough to figure this out, so maybe Evelyn is. Oh, not as a hybrid though.
Sure, what's that?
Okay. Just straight intelligence?
Mhm.
12.
The only thing that you can think of that would hide something from your true sight is the fact that the true sight does inherently stem from you. The only way you could be seeing something that isn't true is if there was something between you and the true sight.
Okay, I'm gonna need some more drugs for this mechanism.
Like something, basically in front of your eye before
Right.
the lens, or
Right.
in your mind.
Evelyn's gonna stop walking.
Yeah.
And look to Rhett.
Something's horribly wrong.
Oh, really?
I can't see with my true sight. Everything around us is wrong. And the best I can imagine that's happening is something that's altering my thoughts.
Okay.
Because my true sight's coming from the lenses in my eyes, not from me.
Okay, I think I'm understanding.
But if I look at myself, I know who I am. I can see myself, despite how I currently look. I can't see. Nobody else changes.
Okay. Huh? I mean, I think I understand the words that you're saying.
That's perfect. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Right. So it's harder to think clearly for me right now when I'm like this.
Yeah.
But it's like
Should we keep going to the key? Like, there is maybe something I could do about this. Maybe.
I don't know if the keep's the right way. I think everything here is wrong.
Right.
But the keep could be
I
the right
agree.
place, but it's everywhere. Everything we're seeing is wrong, and I don't know if we can't trust at anything that we're seeing.
So, like, the whole city? Like, right? Maybe?
Right. It could be.
Okay, so here's my thing. We either need to keep going further in, or we need to, like, get out and be able to see it from, like, a bird's eye view. Is that about right? Maybe?
Maybe?
Or we make it up of a problem to attract attention of whatever's causing this, which I don't know if is the right solution.
We could,
I think I get what you're saying, but we, like,
right.
standing in the middle of the street.
Right. But I don't even know if the people that were walking around are even there or not.
Okay. Yep. I think okay. All right. So. Okay. Why?
Everyone's gonna quickly glance to Silas and then Hux, and is gonna kind of quickly relay the same thing telepathically to them. Of
Something's off with my perception. I can't see what's truly there. I don't know if we can trust anything at all that we're seeing.
So why would I trust these words of yours?
Well, one, I talked about seeing things. This is hearing, but that's, that's fine. Same perception. I guess you could just not trust me. Or are you just talking about it because I'm talking to you telepathically?
Look, I don't know anymore. I don't know. This whole thing just confuses me.
Right. Same, actually, so that's perfectly fine. We're on the same page.
Ugh.
I could,
It's just like a very limited.
Right, Red, I could attempt something like we've done before with your assistance and...
Yeah, that's
try
also what I am
and-
considering.
I could try and make a wish that we could see the truth.
Okay.
And
before
that we could...
do that,
Mm-hmm.
before we do that, are we getting like fairly close at this point, Becker? Like, can we
I
see
would
where
say at
we're
this point you're probably about halfway through the city. So on the
Yeah, I got you.
probably Urish.
Like, can I look up and see it, or do I need to get inside this wall too?
I mean, you do see it sort of peering above the wall. It's a fairly tall tower.
Okay. Can we walk through the gate, and then I want to try to suppress the magic to see if we can see. It's my only idea. Before we try,
Yeah.
that last.
Okay, so you wanna get closer to the keep, sort of, before you do
Like-
this, or
Yeah, like through the gate here, like into this inner area, possible.
you continue further on. making your way to the sort of elevated area where you see that there are much fewer houses, even fewer people than down below, as you've entered what appears to be the sort of bastion, this keep. There are more guards here, more people armed and armored, and before you rises a fairly large structure.
Is it like okay to semi-approach it? Or like I don't know.
There
What
are
else do we
guards
got?
posted out in front of it and to the sides of the gate, but the gate appears to be open at an angle. If you do you approach the keep directly, like the the tower?
Should we?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna ask. Do we get as close as possible to have a real good look at the important things in here, or is it close enough? What do you think? Seems like we can see everything around us reasonably well from here.
We're probably fine where we're at, I would think. We could move closer if you'd like, but if I'm entirely honest, I no longer trust anything I'm seeing to be true.
Yeah, for sure. We'll give it a shot this way, and then if this doesn't work, we'll give it a shot your way.
That works.
It's not super subtle, but like I'm gonna try to cast wish to cast an anti-magic field on all of us, suppressing all magical effects and
Can you go
armor
ahead
and
make
everything.
a wisdom save?
Of course.
Never mind, this is a silly idea. You want to do it.
Yep, I'm sure that's what's going to happen, and we'll all know.
Oh!
I have pluses. So that
You
is
needed a nat 20.
a 19.
You get this sudden sense of dread, like you're about to make a mistake. Casting an anti-magic field on yourself feels like it could be dangerous. For the time you'll be magic without your armor, with magical items and such, exposing you necessarily to danger. Maybe you can rethink.
So Red's been like fucking this up, and he's like, okay, I can turn off the magic. And I get in here, and I'm like, although if I turn off the magic right here, we're gonna be without our armor, and that could be really dangerous. And I actually don't know if this is a good idea.
Right. Then, do we want to try my way first?
I guess it seems really. Yeah. Play.
Evelyn,
This is pretty.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is not a
can
good idea.
you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save with advantage?
Are you still in your hybrid form?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
17s. That's gonna make it a 25.
You know that you'll have to overcast,
Yeah.
but you are ready to cast.
Screw you, wisdom save.
Okay.
Oh man.
So, okay. But you should be like Maxim. I mean, okay. You said that this got you wound up, right? Being in this the form.
Right. So. Can I drop my hybrid form without having to do another wisdom save?
Oh man.
So we're gonna.
Like, it's fine. Evelyn would be like, okay, yeah, going to cast it, and affirmed in that, but she would
drop her form to have the max intelligence that she can have just as she casts it. To do it in the same breath.
Can you at least take like? I'm gonna try to help you. You should take a potion of heroism.
I would say sure. You can drop the hybrid form.
So
she's not going to do it until she's casting it, but yeah, she is willing to take all of the assistance first.
Mr. Bottle out. I'm going to ask for a potion of heroism.
Make a wisdom save, Mr. Bottle.
Exactly.
Go ahead and roll me a 1d100. Alright. Potion of heroism coming right.
44.
And you wanna roll below. Okay. You will see a liquid welling up inside of Mr. Bottle. There you go.
I will drink the potion.
Okay. I'd like to remind you, we've done this multiple times. You're really good at this. Am I allowed to give her bardic inspiration, or do I need to roll a wisdom save?
You're allowed to give her bardic inspiration.
Okay.
This game. I don't know what you've done, Becca, but you made us all paranoid of doing anything.
Oh, you already have one.
Okay, yeah.
Do I cast a spell to help you, or does it not?
I think your inspiration is what's helping me. I don't know if you could do both, but I can't remember.
Yeah, you, Evelyn is the one having to cast the spell. Okay.
Ooh,
ability
you know what?
check using your spell casting ability.
I do remember. I don't think anti-magic would be good, but magic's good. So I'm going to make sure that you have some foresight on this. I'll have to cast foresight.
Wow,
to make a wise
foresight
decision.
real quick.
Divination level 9 spell.
Divination, oh no!
What did I
or
cast?
Are you
Wish?
also over? You did cast Wish, right?
That was yesterday. He was going to cast Wish to get anti-magic. And he decided, never mind.
Yesterday I cast it, but then we long rested.
Right. Foresight.
I don't know what's going on.
I can't remember if this is a DC 30 or a DC 25 for me.
Red, if you roll me DC 20 wisdom save.
Come on.
Now, why do I think it shouldn't help my friend right now? Tell me why. Red's like, oh, I should cast foresight on you. We've done that before, and it's really helped you. I remember. And then he starts to think about it, and what happens?
It feels excessive. You know that there is possibly divination mages in the observatory. I feel like a divination spell of that strength could catch their attention.
But if I cast that, then surely divination wizards would be aware of us if they weren't already. So shouldn't cast it? And really, you need it.
They could be really angry.
I could.
Too much divination might be bad, all things considered now.
Yep, good point.
Alright.
Okay. I can't remember. Am I at a DC 25 or a DC 30 to cast Wish?
You are at this point at a DC 20.
Okay. And it's a Is it just a
Ability check
roll?
using your spellcasting ability. So you would
Alright.
get your intelligence modifier on top of it.
Just the normal +5,
Yes.
right?
No proficiency.
Alright. And then, alright.
And you do get the bardic inspiration.
And my potion of hero.
And the potion.
Okay. Alright. Squish. That's a 16.
That's
plus
good.
5, so I'm at 21. My potion of heroism is a
D4, I think.
D4. Yeah. That's a 1. So I'm at a 22.
3 to go.
And for inspiration, 4.
For a total of 26.
6.
All right. You overcast without any backlash. What is your wish?
Please let it apply to everyone.
I wish for all of us, myself, Rhett, Hux, and Silas, to all be able to have full true seeing and be able to see the truth of what's in front of us, or what we're looking at. Just be able to see the true seeing.
Mhm.
Go
So
with
everyone
that.
gets true sight, essentially.
That's essentially what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Which, I mean, normal true seeing spell lasts for like an hour. I don't know if I can do that or not, but that's the thought at least. True seeing is like an hour range is after 20.
So, all of you who have dark vision, what is the range of your dark vision?
Let me check real quick.
60 feet, I think.
Yeah, 60 feet for me.
Does anyone not have dark vision?
I think we all do.
I'm pretty sure I keep my dark vision. I mean, I dropped my storm, but I don't know if that carries over. But right now, I have dark vision.
If you have a range of dark vision, this becomes the range of your true sight. If you do not have dark vision, you gain 60 feet of true sight. This true sight is permanent. However, because you see the truth of things,
Oh no.
all of you gain vulnerability to psychic damage.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys.
And as you see the truth of things, something changes in your mind. You come to the realization and what illusion was around you was not just simply that. It's as though you've been forced into a dream despite your waking mind. A controlled dream that you, Evelyn, with your true sight and your detect magic, see as a layer between your mind and reality. This comfortable blanket, almost like a demi-plane. You feel, all of you, like you awaken from a long rest, rising through a sea of fading sights and memories. Much of your surroundings remain the same. A key difference quickly sets your new reality apart from your hazy trance. Crystalline structures of a vibrant rose shade shimmer across the city, emanating a soft glow. The crystals have grown out of and fused with the surrounding buildings, or sprouted out of the ground like errant vegetation. But much worse, as you look around, like a parasite or ice on a frozen fish, this crystal grows on every lichen in. In a flash of panic, you look down, examining your own body, but relief, you find no sign of. The city at large looks unchanged, no longer just drab and gray. You see soft crystalline light rising from almost every street, and there are larger clusters of crystal too. Most prominently right where you're standing, around the keep, but even more so, right in the middle of the largest section of town below you, where a crater holds a colossal growth of crystal shards.
Oh,
That that
I think that worked. Yeah.
I have a headache.
I believe was the type of wish where I need to roll a d6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Freaking I.
Oh yeah. Hang on. I forgot. Well, you're gone.
Hmm?
Two. I didn't point out any inspirations recently. Just 'cause I looked at what if I am.
So, sorry, you like mumbling? What was that?
Do we have any inspirations, perhaps, hiding anywhere?
Oh, I see one.
Okay,
on
I'm good.
Silas,
I can
but,
still make
good.
wishes.
There's none in the tube.
Okay, good.
I have some noise canceling
I rolled a
headphones,
6,
but I
so.
think that's one that you gave.
Yeah, I just gave that to you last session.
So what did you roll? I'm
A
assuming.
6.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You remain able to cast wish.
I was
Though
gonna be so
right now
sad.
you kind of wish like you were elsewhere, probably.
Yeah. I think my
Oh, as
strength.
this site is before you. And as the town before you has changed. You know, this is probably a good place to end for today.
Everything's
So,
changing.
that's it for today's session.
Thank you for the session.
And I
Becca.
believe next
Yeah.
time we might have to skip. I believe that is the weekend.
Probably.
That is the weekend. Like the artist.
So that'd be the 19th weekend. So our next session would be on the 3rd. I think you guys are probably the entire weekend, so I don't know if there's a point to look at a reschedule. I don't know how you guys are seeing that.
Saturday is the only day I have available that weekend. So, yeah.
Also, Saturday
I
would be available to you, but I'm assuming.
I don't think I'll be available on the 19th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you do have the time, then I guess we'll just do a regular session.
I'll double check and
Yeah, I'm expecting next session to be on the 3rd. following that weekend.
Oh, I will make a note.
Right.
Have to
I'll make sure to
roll-
ask you at some point.
I have to roll for strength